Hey, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Council Chambers on this balmy December 8th day. And I say balmy because I think the weather forecast calls for a little bit cooler weather. But again, just before we get going, just wanted to give kudos to our public works staff. A few residents reached out. They're appreciative of the timing and the amount of sanding that's been going on, especially with the conditions jumping up and down, and they're very appreciative of the safety factor. So thank you for that. Members of Council, there's agenda before you. Just one quick correction. There's under presentations, we have two. We have the RCMP, and we also have the community-wide fiber program. We're going to swap those around. We're going to make the community fiber program 4.1 and the RCMP 4.2, just because those individuals have a plane to catch to get to the next presentation and back homes, and we didn't want to have Inspector McGilvery chase them down because they're running out of here like a... So I want to make sure that they're both able to take the time to make the presentations. Administration, anything else to add to the agenda?
Nothing to add, Your Worship. Thank you.
Okay. With that, Deputy Mayor, for the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council adopted December 8th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda as should be amended.
That is correct. Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that's carried. So moving on to our agenda, which is number 3, is the public input session. So this is the time that we allow residents and stakeholders to address council on anything that's not on the current agenda. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through Your Worship, no one has registered this evening.
Thank you. Anybody in the gallery like to speak to council on anything that's not on the current agenda tonight? Okay. See none. Move on to number 4, which is presentations and delegations. And the first presentation is the community-wide fiber project. Gentlemen, if you can come down. There is a sign-up sheet, so I'm pretty sure that was already done. There is a... You have a speaking mechanism. Please push the button so the mic turns on red before you speak. There you go.
Ready to go?
That sounds good. Thank you.
Ready? Good evening, Mayor Choi and Council. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present on what I know is an important program update this evening. My name is Chris Pettypiece. I am with Fiber Connect, the Fiber Connect team. I am the municipal relations lead. With me, I have from our construction partner, Ledcor, Casey Schneider. To my right, Todd Worrell from TELUS, our client, and Tom Hovland as well from TELUS. Tom and Todd will be speaking later in the presentation. I'll be starting with a build update on the program that has been running here since last year. First, Fiber Connect is probably not a brand name that many or any of you are familiar with, so I'll give you a little bit of a rundown on who we are. That's okay, thank you. Fiber Connect is a CRTC licensed telecom network provider. We work in a symbiotic partnership with Ledcor. We're part of the Ledcor family. We work together to build fiber networks for TELUS. TELUS, Ledcor, and LTS, which is short for Ledcor Technical Services, have been working together in BC and Alberta to build fiber networks for well over a decade. Fiber Connect has been introduced into the mix to help continue the good work that those two companies have been doing together in an ideal and more optimal fashion. Happy to say that we're on the home stretch for this program in your community. I know that many of you have been involved in trying to make this a reality here in Stony Plain for years. So feels like we're here to tell a good news story and hope that lands that way with you. We have some details on where we're at. We'll show you a map of where we've built and where we have some additional parts to finish in the months ahead. Quickly though, wanted to talk, when I looked at the slide presentation before coming this evening, I thought, this stuff is so obvious for people that have fiber in their community that they take it for granted. And you can look forward to that day soon if some of you haven't already had the opportunity to. This is a game-changing fundamental in this day and age to have this kind of world-class connectivity, whether it's for leisure or for business. This project has been brought to Stony Plain free of charge to the municipality itself, bringing world-class fiber connectivity to virtually every home and business in the community. We're not quite finished yet. We'll show you the map where we are and where we're not quite yet. This is not a shared network. Each home, each business connected has a dedicated connection to the internet and to whatever other destinations online they happen to be connecting. I think importantly, and Todd and Tom will talk about this in greater detail, this is a foundation for the residents and businesses of Stony Plain to access TELUS Pure Fiber services. The map here before you, the green shows where we have finished. The yellow shows the areas where we're not quite finished yet. One disclaimer, there's potentially a few homes or businesses, let's call them addresses, in a couple of the green boxes or polygons on this map that we haven't quite gotten to yet. There's a bit of work left to do in the yellow polygons. We call those FSAs, fiber serving areas. This is call it an arbitrary geography wherein we bring fiber to and distribute it to the homes and businesses within it. I think when we're finished with both the yellow and the green on this map, we'll have increased fiber connectivity in Stony Plain by 53%. And that's not to say that's all that's connected with fiber in Stony Plain. TELUS has been building fiber in Stony Plain wherever there's been new development for probably 10 years or more.
10 to 15 years.
Yeah. So I can't say that the entirety of Stony Plain is 100% covered with by fiber when we're finished, but I'm pretty sure it's very close to that. And so we've been building this one FSA at a time. We're nearing completion. As each FSA is completed, we call it ready for service, and the residents that are and businesses within those FSAs, they will then have access to order TELUS Pure Fiber services. And so I don't know what the statistics are. Todd might have some numbers, but I'm sure many Stony Plain residents are already on TELUS Pure Fiber. Todd's team has been busy installing it.
We've been busy.
Yes.
I don't have any stats available today, but we've certainly been busy and been very successful for those customers that want the service now that much of the community is completed.
Fantastic. So what's left from the build perspective before I hand off to Todd to talk about TELUS Pure Fiber services? Well, as I said, we've got some exceptions, areas that have been a little more difficult for us to get to, both in terms of safety and from an integrity point of view for the infrastructure in the community. We're projecting small numbers, probably in the total of about 500 that we'll be gradually working our way through over the coming 2 quarters. So that's Q1 and Q2 of next year. Most of those are pending safety and readiness on aerial plant. So that would be where we're at, hanging new cables on existing poles and pole lines. In the springtime, we'll be back where we have left incomplete ground restoration. So as you well know, I'm from the West Coast, so things grow and stay green there all year. I know that's not the case here. I could tell when I flew in. We'll be back in the spring to make sure that where settling has occurred, the restoration is made right, and that there's seed, adequate soil and seed in place to have the property restored to its previous state. And then throughout this time, for the areas that are finished, and then subsequent to those final areas being topped up in the first half of next year, TELUS will be contacting those residents to offer them the greatness that fiber connectivity brings. Over to you.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for the time to come and discuss fiber services with you today. By way of introduction, I'm Todd Worrell. I'm the General Manager for the Edmonton Metro Region. So I support all of the communities in and around Edmonton. I'm based out of Edmonton, I'm local, and I'm a resource here to support mayor and council for any of your needs, concerns, or questions with regards to TELUS services. Tom, did you want to introduce yourself?
And my name is Tom Hovland. I am the Senior Strategy Manager of Municipal Government Relations for TELUS in Alberta. I have met, I think, almost every single one of you at various conferences over the years. So always great to see you folks again.
So now that fiber is available, what does that mean? And the first thing I wanted to mention, this is not just going to provide enhanced services to residential customers. This provides enhanced services to the entire community, be it educational services, businesses, health, innovation. As an example of innovation, the fiber service is available throughout the city of Stony Plain, or sorry, the town of Stony Plain. You could leverage them for things like a smart city implementation, which many communities have chosen and are using today. But it provides enhanced services for everyone. That's very, very important, obviously, for businesses. Many individuals also work from home. As an example, I started my day working from home today. I have fiber at my home in Edmonton. That provides a much enhanced experience for those individuals working from home, especially for things like video conferencing services, which many of us use when we're working from home. For residential customers, so single-family homes specifically, they only need to contact TELUS. So generally speaking, when Fiber Connect completes the build of the network, they will try to pull in drops or fiber to the home directly. Residents might not take them up on that offer when they're doing the build. TELUS will facilitate that on their behalf if that's not done. So it's a single call to TELUS, and TELUS will make sure that that drop is brought to the residents and that pure fiber services are available. Single-family homes will also differ from MD or MXU, and I'll talk to the process on those in a moment. You will now see, and you have seen, probably in uptake in sales activity, so TELUS will do door-to-door sales. We'll attempt to connect existing customers to our fiber network. People will see us out there in the community. In terms of installation, we do have technicians out there that will be installing the services. Customers can talk to them if they do have concerns about things like restoration, and we will make sure that feedback gets to Fiber Connect and LTS for their spring cleanup. And then lastly, multi-unit residents, multi-unit businesses. Those are a bit different. Why are they different? So each building requires a right of entry. So those have to be negotiated between Fiber Connect and the owner of that building, property manager, the condo of that building. So those might not all be done, but they will be in a funnel, and we will work through the list of both multi-unit business properties as well as multi-dwelling unit residential properties. Try to negotiate the right of entry. Once those are negotiated, they will be put into a build funnel, and then every effort will be done to make sure that those get completed. And once they're completed, then TELUS will take over the relationship once it's completed, and will continue to provide the service on top of the network. There is no cost to those as well. Those will be done on behalf of Fiber Connect as well, with TELUS providing the service. Tom?
The thing that's important to highlight is that all of these properties have access, what we call access fiber, available to them in front of their building. So that is what Fiber Connect has built in partnership with Ledcor. And so it is available for them to access once those rights of entry are negotiated. And then the inside design and build work, which has some complexity to it, can begin. So typically a bit of a lag for multi-unit. And, you know, TELUS is going to be here for a while now, so we've got time.
Thank you, Tom. And maybe just one last point of interest, not related to our fiber build. I did want to just quickly talk to wireless investments that have been made in the Stony Plain community as well. So we did turn up a new site this year. It's in the northeast portion of Stony Plain, so there should be enhanced services for those communities and businesses around there, as well as improved highway coverage on the Yellowhead. There is a second site planned that'll be in the northwest corner of Stony Plain. I'll say worst case, that should come up in 2027. There is an opportunity that that gets pulled forward, but that's in the planning phase right now. So it's not 100% committed yet, but the design work has been completed. The real estate has been secured for that as well. So certainly some enhanced wireless performance, specifically in the north portions of Stony Plain this year as well. And with that, I think we're done our presentation, so we will turn it over to council for Q&A.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation, and definitely very informative. I think many of our residents have been asking, what do these Ledcor trucks do in our community, and who they're trying to sell us this and doing this. So I'm glad that you're here to make the presentation so that we have a better understanding of ourselves as council, and also then those that are be able to watch us on YouTube later to actually understand what is happening in the town of Stony Plain in terms of Fiber Connect. Councillor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation this evening. Do have a couple of follow-ups based on the presentation that you just made for us here. One relates to property restoration, and I just want to clarify, I think I heard that that will be facilitated through TELUS moving forward. Did I hear that correctly? And then sort of disseminated out?
Restoration on lots, certainly restoration of the construction services out on the boulevard and the city property, that's handled by Fiber Connect with our partner Ledcor. And similar disturbances on private property, on lots, will be handled by the company that installs the drop. So if it happens to be installed during the construction period, Ledcor will do that on behalf of Fiber Connect. If it happens to be a go-back scenario like Todd described, after the construction process has left town, but somebody calls in to place an order for TELUS Pure Fiber, it might be TELUS that does the restoration as part of the drop installation.
All right, and I appreciate this actually in the sense that it could be this and it could be that. And we've had a couple of, or I've received a couple of calls from residents saying, who do I call? And so there are a couple of those in the community right now where they're looking for some direction, where they've spoken to I think multiple of the partners at the table, and they're just not sure. There's sort of been call TELUS or call Ledcor or call whatever, and they're just not sure how to best move forward with some of that remedial work on private property specifically.
At this stage, I think it's safe to ask them to call Ledcor or Fiber Connect, depending on which number they have handy, because they probably got both on the same notice.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate.
We'll let Todd off the hook for a little while.
And we can follow up with an email to council with the process to contact either Fiber Connect or Ledcor.
Love that. And that's easy for us to flip to those with questions. And certainly because it happens within the municipality, there's sometimes a thought in the community that it's the town's responsibility, and we're trying to help make those connections. So,
and if anyone ever forgets, it's okay. Just email to me, and I'll follow up with my contact information.
Yeah.
We'll make sure that it gets directed appropriately.
Perfect. I appreciate that. I do have another question, and I did hear we don't have any particular statistics this evening, but maybe some general comments. When I came into council my first term about 4 years ago, plenty of conversation in our North Business Park about the need for fiber services and quicker services, and it's exciting to see that area has been covered. And just two quick questions with that. Just curious if you have any thoughts on the uptake, in the North Business Park and our businesses taking advantage of that. And as that North Business Park develops out, if you've been back there, certainly we have some new roadways being installed and so on. How easy is it for the fiber to expand into the new areas of development in the business park?
Go ahead.
There's two, well, I think, I'm not sure of the exact status of the addresses in question, but you want to?
Yeah, we did complete the fiber service, to your point, on the North Business Park. As far as expansion with, if there's new development in there, the fiber service is available for expansion. It's just facilitated by the developer in the planning stages, but it's definitely something that can be made available.
And I'll underwhelm you because I don't have any stats on the uptake in the business park. I can talk in general terms on business parks. Generally, the uptake is fairly strong when you're improving services with the significant nature that we are. And maybe to put it in perspective, on the residential side, I'm not sure if the same's on the business side. We're providing up to 5 gigabit services now on the residential side with our fiber service.
Perfect. I was actually employed in the North Business Park, and COVID, I'm a teacher, we couldn't actually facilitate online education based on the connections we had going back 5 or 6 years. And so this is great news. I know the businesses fought for this and advocated very strongly to the municipality for this. And I think it's fantastic that's available to them. And then certainly you had mentioned the wireless investment. I believe the Northeast piece is active now. I live pretty close to that area, and I couldn't sit in my home and make a phone call for the first couple of years. And the last year I've been able to do that now. I can actually sit in my home. I don't have to go out on the front deck. And so certainly seeing the improvements firsthand and really appreciate the investment in our community. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson.
Just one thing I want to add about the business growth part, that is to the point, oh, is it on now? Okay, we're on now. Great. Thank you.
I turned it off for you.
Thank you for that. So with regards to developers and developer-driven growth, we look to municipalities to make sure the developers are engaging us early and well in order to ensure that growth happens. So, you know, your economic development department can refer developers to telus.com/build for them to get their neighborhood designs or their development designs into our chute to make sure that we're engaging them early on. And then it's a discussion between TELUS and those developers about deployment of net new fiber.
Awesome.
And again,
Appreciate
as a safety net, anyone from council can reach out to myself if there was any additional questions or feedback from developers. And I'd say that's also extremely important for any multiple dwelling unit properties or multi-business unit properties as well, making sure that they are aware that they do have to engage TELUS to initiate intake for the property to make sure that we build it.
Last point that I'll add to that, you folks are well served by administration because the first question that they asked when we were introducing Fiber Connect to the town of Stony Plain was, tell us about the North Business Park, please. So that's been a central part of our conversation throughout this engagement. So thank you very much to the town and to administration for making sure that that's prioritized.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to move to Councilor Loyens. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to our presenters today, going back to the map of Stony Plain for the fiber installation that was shown to us, I noticed several, or a couple, however you want to word it, areas that weren't colored in any color, such as Tanglewood, Fairways, Oatway, West Terra, parts of 57th Ave. And my question is, because they're not even colored purple, what is the plan for those areas?
You'll have to forgive me because I don't know the names of the communities based on.
Sorry.
So I think it's the newer subdivisions that we have right now.
So, over here,
Oh, yeah, thank you.
right here, here, down here, and over here.
Okay. New growth?
Yeah. If it's new growth, there's a high degree of likelihood that it has fiber already.
So 57th is not new growth, that's part of our Old Town South, which is this little area here. Fairways is not a new area, and Oatway is not a new area. Both of those are very developed and well-established.
We should follow up.
Old Town South Fairways, sorry, was the third.
Fairways and Oatway. Oatway's right here.
Okay.
Fairways. And wherever my dot went.
We'll need to follow back up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, with the status. There was a little bit done on the first pass. Again, I'm not sure if those
Yeah,
three were done or
there
not.
was some
Yeah.
TELUS-led construction in Stony Plain before we turned over to Fiber Connect Limited. So it could just be that,
Yeah.
there's that. But we will follow up and confirm with you that that is in fact the case. And then any net new neighborhoods that were not in the scope map would have been included in the last 10 years.
Awesome, appreciate it.
Look at the brownfield ones for sure.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. If you can check the Town of Stoney Plains news feeds, we did partner with TELUS to push those notifications out, and that was when TELUS led it, and that was 57th Avenue, and Oatway Drive was led by TELUS itself, so not LEDCO or Fiber Connect.
Okay.
Anything else, Ted? Okay. Moving on to Councilor Pechko, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Choi. Thank you, guests, for coming tonight, Chris, Casey, Tom, and Todd. I sat here and listened quite intensely to what you're talking about, but I keep thinking about our community as a whole. And I'm wondering, part of Range Road 11 is not on here, and you don't go far as Range Road 12. What I heard you say today on a number of occasions was virtually every home, dedicated connection, entire community, and enhanced for everyone. And yet, when I look at your program as well, it says 90% plus. Is there a way to partner so that our community has 100% coverage? And I get there's a little bit of this that's a bit of a rural aspect to it, but I also see the rurals going right by parts of our community. Is there no way for TELUS to partner with them to be in part of that, to get to the subdivisions that are not quite being touched at this point in time? You know, it's lots of the people out in that neck of the wood run businesses, not just home, but businesses, and it would be quite important to them. I sit in the southwest corner of this community, Range Road 12, and I know everybody out in that neck of the woods has been asking for this for quite some time, because even by air, the service out there is virtually impossible. And I can speak from being on council when we were through COVID and having to be virtual. There was lots of times that I suffered that aspect of it. So maybe there's a way that we could partner up with the team that's over at West Tower, and I'm not sure who's involved in that aspect of it, but maybe there's a way of getting that. They're right at the corner of that Range Road 12 and not far from Range Road 11 as well, so which would get the businesses along there. So just a point of thought for you.
And I appreciate you bringing that forward. For the Pure Fiber build and for our Pure Fiber program, density does matter. I will be very clear with you on that. But that being said, we can always look at what the possibilities are for the future. I will say that there have been leaps and bounds in what sort of services can be provided wirelessly. Even 3 years ago, I don't think that Todd could have imagined selling anything above 50 meg service wirelessly, and now we're reaching 100 meg per second internet service wirelessly as well. So there could be a mix of technologies that we look at for those more rural, less dense areas, and that can be enabled by some of the wireless investments that are coming for the community. I'd have to look in specifically for those areas to see whether or not those would be well suited or will be well suited, but you know, it is something that we can look at. I don't want to make any promises right here and now on that. But that I think was the most that I can say on that at this point.
Appreciate that. Just a quick follow-up. Would it not make more sense today, when you're here already, to be able to put that in for the community than to come back and do it? The cost associated with doing business twice usually is astronomical. So it might be something that you really want to consider at this point in time, is doing that whole feed. And not only that if you're along that road as well, that's a future development for our community. Having part of that service there would probably help to develop our community as well. So just a thought process for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you for that. Moving on to Councilor Lowry.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, gentlemen, for presentation. And absolutely, yeah, some of the areas that Councilor Loynes pointed out, I do recall very specifically, were a part of that initial TELUS build-out when TELUS made the investment in the community before moving on to Fiber Connect. So I do believe they've been done. Probably should be colored in on the map, but I think we're okay on that. Just a couple of questions for you this evening. The first is in regards to the actual network installation. Is this a proprietary and exclusive network, or is the fiber network open to other service providers?
Today, the network is being built exclusively for TELUS's use.
And is that going to be maintained in that level? Is that something, I mean, obviously, is this, I don't know whose decision
That's our
that is.
plan at this time, and TELUS is as well. I think, though, if you're monitoring the regulatory environment in Canada, there's a potential in the future that changes to that model would be imposed on us and other carriers who are doing the same sort of thing.
Yeah, CRTC.
Yep, those guys.
So my second question then actually involves the TELUS services themselves. And so I experienced this from my perspective, and I've had this brought up to me multiple times. There's a large segment of our community that does not require fiber. There's a large segment of our community that frankly doesn't really use much of the internet at all. In my community, in my area of town, we were very clearly told that the copper network was being decommissioned. We were very clearly told that the fiber network was the only option that there was going to be going forward. We had prices held for 24 months at that point in time. However, the disparity in the pricing difference between the fiber plans and the old copper plans is significant. When we're dealing in a situation where we have significant cost of living challenges, and particularly with certain demographics such as seniors, who many of them don't require high-speed internet through fiber. Many of them are living on a very fixed income and can't absorb a lot of significant price increases. How is TELUS providing options for those type of users to ensure that they're not outpricing the ability for them to continue to be connected within their community and yet use a service that should be available to them?
So the plan definitely over time would be to decommission our copper network. If you can appreciate, we're making generational investments in a fiber network. It costs a significant amount of money for us to have to operate two networks. One is a failing network. I'm sure you've probably seen much press as well on things like copper theft, which have been a significant challenge for us across not only the province of Alberta, but the province of BC. So at some point that network will be decommissioned. In Stony Plain, it's not going to be tomorrow. We're just piloting the first neighborhood in Edmonton where we're doing a full copper shutdown. A few things that we're doing of note. So we do have some programs called our For Good programs. So there is a program targeted towards seniors if they meet certain income criteria. There's a website they can go to. They can apply for a subsidized service from TELUS. So that's one thing. We've recently launched price lock plans as well, where we will guarantee a price for 5 years on both wireless and wireline services. So that's something else. I'd also suggest fiber prices in general have come down significantly over the past few years. In fact, internet services, wireless services have actually faced negative inflationary pressure over the past few years. Probably one of the only things that you'd see that have faced negative inflationary pressures, largely due to a healthy competitive environment. So generally the prices have gone down. People are paying less today than they did 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Excellent. There's a bit of a thank you to the CRTC from the consumer. I will say, I do want to be very clear because you stated something that I've been told very differently by specifically TELUS representatives. We were told in our community in Stony Plain that the copper was being decommissioned within a matter of months.
That's absolutely not true.
So I will provide that
so-
feedback for you to bring then to your sales teams because it is a tactic that is being used in our community.
Yeah, we'll make sure that we follow up on that. Like Todd said, our copper exit strategy is only being piloted in one region of Edmonton right now. That is the only project in Alberta that is having its copper fully decommissioned. I don't want to speculate on what the source of what source those folks might have been operating on, but we can go back to our marketing teams and see what messages are being sent out to the public and come back to you on that.
Absolutely. No, I would appreciate that and, obviously can understand network decommissioning. I mean, we see the changes. We see how quickly technology changes. We've just received notice, for instance, that the 3G network is now being discontinued on the wireless side, which is now impacting a slew of vehicles who had all of their remote starters and remote applications on the 3G network, and now those are going to be obsolete services within those vehicles. So we see the world. We see the way the world's growing, the way the technology is changing, understanding it's almost impossible to maintain old technologies when the shift in technology has been so significant. So appreciate you coming this evening and providing the information for us.
And yeah, you can share feedback with me directly. I won't wait. I'll reach out to our marketing teams tomorrow to make sure that, we're positioning as appropriate. Even for the average user that only has a phone and, low-speed internet, there's still advantages moving to our fiber service in terms of stability of that platform versus our copper. We still support our copper network. People will still repair it 24/7, but especially things like copper theft have caused some, and not necessarily in Stony Plain, but certainly around the region, have caused lengthy outages due to the damages being done, so.
Todd, do you want to briefly mention home phone service over fiber?
Yeah, home phone service is provided over fiber as well. So there is that service offering available.
Thank you. Anything else, Councilor Laurie?
That's all for me, thank you.
Okay. Any other members of council questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. See none, thank you, gentlemen, and that was very informative. One thing that was not mentioned was fiber to the downtown area, right behind us. Quite a few of the business owners are still having problems getting connected to fiber because they have not yet been installed. Is there a timeline for that?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So we're currently working through a redesign in that specific area. There's a conflict with what likely is an upgrade from the town with some GeoGrid installed underneath the public walkways. So we don't want to conflict with that and put that new infrastructure at risk. So we are working on a redesign there to take some of that route aerial, as well as avoid those new boardwalks in particular. That's where the conflict is. So we're currently working with our engineering team to redesign that, to make sure we can service those areas.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of, well, definitely fiber allows you to have so much more bandwidth and the ability to transfer data back and forth. And I appreciate that TELUS is willing to spend the money up front to do this. I think you mentioned that right now it is just solely for TELUS fiber. Is there any timeline of when TELUS would look at selling the extra capacity on the fiber lines to other subscribers or other businesses so that not everybody has TELUS in our community? So is that a possibility that TELUS actually sells some of that capacity to another provider?
Technically, the capacity is Fiber Connect's to sell, and our arrangement today is to provide those services exclusively to TELUS. So as I mentioned in response to the other question, it's possible we would be directed to do otherwise and make it available, capacity available to other providers, but that's currently not the state.
Okay.
And where it's TELUS's network, same, the other providers would need to initiate the request to use the network as well. So the regulatory framework has been dealt with, and that would be up to the other providers to make the request.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have just one comment of thanks for keeping my neighborhood clean. I think Lightco was in there when they drilled a big hole in my driveway and directional drilled and everything else, and it came back, and I was surprised that the concrete has held. It hasn't sunk, so which is good. And the box that's on the road right away is still there too. It hasn't sunk 5 feet, so far so good, and I definitely appreciate the service that I'm receiving.
That's great to hear. Thanks for sharing that with us. Casey can take that back to his team.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And with that, I don't see any more hands up, so thank you very much, gentlemen. Have a safe journey back home.
Thank you very much for the time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much, Lee.
Okay, members of council, that was very informative for 4.1. Moving on to 4.2 now, which is the RCMP municipal update. And definitely appreciate the inspector taking the time to come every 3 to 4 months to provide us an update. And yes, and when you're ready, if Corporal, you can introduce yourself. This is the first time you've been in our council chambers, so thank you.
Thank you for the invitation to join you. I'm Corporal Rachel Geens with Parkland RCMP, and I am the supervisor for the Specialized Investigations Unit.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of Stoney Council. Thank you for your time tonight. I know you've got a full agenda, so we'll try to go through as quick as we can. As normal, I usually start with the stats for the last year from January to present here, till the end of October anyway, were our latest stats when this was put together. As you know, stats will fluctuate from month to month and year to year, but it still gives us a good idea of what's happening within our communities. So just a reminder that these stats are specific to the town of Stony Plain. Under the first section there, you'll see is our persons category. They have increased a bit over this past year, and we've got some changes of how we're countering some of that, and that's why Corporal Geens is here tonight and going to talk about some sex assault offenses and domestic violence offenses. And then we move down into our property crime section there. I'm happy to report some reduction in property crime. You'll recall over the last couple of years, we've been focusing on that. That's been a big concern for a lot of residents, and we've been focusing on that. So you'll see last year in 2024, we had 71 break-in enters. It's down to 48 this year, which is a good decrease. One of our lowest in the last 5 years there. Theft of motor vehicles is fairly consistent. A lot of the others are fairly consistent. Down to mischief. You'll see a bit of an increase in that mischief other. So as you've experienced in the past, some of our scoring is a little bit different, but you'll see the one above is mischief damage to property. So that's if somebody comes and smashes your window. That's how that is scored. That mischief other, those are things such as anything that's interfering with the lawful enjoyment of your property. So if you have an unwanted guest, some people will call us, they've overstayed their welcome in a place, and we go there, that person is committing mischief to that person's property because they're no longer able to enjoy it themselves. So there's a few different things that fall under that category, so there's a bit of an increase there. Our drug offenses, as we've seen over the years too, of course, they legalized cannabis here in the last few years, so certainly our possession charges have gone down significantly. And our trafficking charges have stayed fairly consistent over the years. We're a little lower than 5 years ago, but consistent with the last 3. I will say that our drug unit that we currently have, they're focusing on larger scale drug traffickers for the most part. Doesn't mean smaller scale drug traffickers are getting off scot-free either, if you're listening. But they are focusing, they've had some really good success stories with higher end drug traffickers, so which affects, of course, the smaller end folks and to the street level. The next significant change, I would say, is halfway down that page on the Mental Health Act. You'll see last year, 264 up till the end of October, and this year we're 184, so quite a drop. I would say that part of that is from our RPAC team. About a year and a half ago, we had a RPAC team move into town onto our provincial collator, and that's one RCMP officer and one mental health specialist. So they attend any of the calls that our first responders, our general duty members, are going to RPAC and go and assist them. And the nice part about that is they can do a lot of follow-up as well. So it's maybe not necessarily that we're arresting every person under the Mental Health Act. The RPAC team is able to assess a little more. They've got direct information. They're linked into the medical side of things as well, so they can get some other information there. And they do follow-ups with some of our higher risk folks to make sure things are going well in the days after an event as well. So I would like to think that is certainly part of the reduction there, but it has come down significantly over the last 5 years. So we'll see where that trends over the next few months here. Collisions are fairly consistent. One thing I would say about the collision rates, We see a lot of collisions, or rear-end collisions, and to me, that typically means you're either distracted driving or you're following too close, and usually speed's involved in that as well. So any recommendations that I can give would be to make sure you're leaving lots of distance, especially on days like today when the roads are a little bit slick, and at all times, put the phone down. You shouldn't be distracted driving. You significantly increase your chance of getting in a collision, and you can search it up online, but the penalties are not good, and it's not good for your insurance rates. So the wisest thing to do is leave that phone at home or put it down. So that is our stats for now. We can revisit those at the end. If you have any questions, I'll pass it over to Corporal Geens for the next few slides here.
Do you need to cover that?
Must have skipped printing one page here maybe, but it disappeared somewhere. But there was nothing significant on this page, I don't think. I just wanted to touch on the spousal abuse survey code again with Corporal Geen. She's going to talk about that a bit. They're fairly consistent year over year here, but we did see a bit of increase in the sex assault files for Stony Plain. So I'll pass it over to Rachel.
So I am the current supervisor for the Specialized Investigations Unit out of the Parkland RCMP detachment. My team is 5 of us. There are 4 constables and myself, and we report to the Persons Crimes Unit Sergeant. One of those positions is a 1-year rotational, and 3 of them are 3-year term positions in order that we have consistency, but we're also developing skill sets for people or constables who have expressed an interest in this area of investigation. We have oversight for all domestic violence investigations, sexually motivated crimes, and we facilitate all the child forensic interviews for crimes out of the Parkland detachment. That includes Spruce Grove, Stony Plain, Parkland, Lac St. Anne County, and Atchison. This means that we work with the Child Advocacy Center, the Zebra Center in Edmonton, for all interviews 18 years old and under. We assess who the best interviewer is most appropriate based on learning, social, cognitive abilities, environment, trauma, that type of thing. We also work with ITRAC, doing the ITRAC referrals for behavioral assessments for extremely violent domestics or habitual offenders. We work with CFS. We are on the phone with them almost daily, making safety planning for children, assessing, again, interviewing, evidence gathering that involves children, and we work with Victim Services Unit out of our building. This is just kind of another caveat of all of the things that we cover. Clare's Law Disclosure, provincial legislation that allows for persons to submit for safety plan or some disclosure on domestic partners in order that they can make an informed decision as to whether or not they should stay in the relationship. VICLAS reporting is any violent crimes linkage analysis system. There's a handful, well, more than a handful of criminal code investigation types that require specific reporting. We review and submit all of these to the province and national. Charge submissions for non-compliant sex offender registry, we put those charge packages forward, and the liaising with partner agencies, which I've talked a little bit about, but it kind of covers the gambit because our files touch a little bit of everything. Anything that is a complex investigation, so one that is not reasonable for general duty to continue to work, with respect to domestic violence or sex assault. Some of them require multiple search warrants, interprovincial, inter-municipality cooperation with other agencies. We take those ones over in order to free members up for frontline calls. Judicial authorizations, again, those search warrants, production orders to get the information we need, and monitoring of any of our prolific violent offenders. Kevin mentioned that there has been some increase in sex assault and DV scoring, and there's been a couple reasons for that. There have been changes to policy, certain digital crimes, since everybody now has a personal computer in their hand with their phones, and every youth has a camera that connects to it, there's a number of sexually motivated crimes that have become more prevalent. Things that were otherwise considered cyber or digital only have now been cross-classified, and they are falling into the sexualized nature, and so we have oversight of those, which has bumped some of those numbers. Also, the increased oversight. Our team reviews every single domestic violence or anything that falls into the domestic violence category. This can include as simple as an argument that got really, really loud and your neighbors called. Everybody has those arguments. It doesn't mean that it is necessarily violent. Someone could just be loud, but it's disharmony and it counts, and so we review those and flag for the potential for escalation. I ran the stats for the last year. We have assisted with 1,537 domestic violence investigations in that time. Charges were submitted on 236 of those. We reviewed on 104 sexually motivated crime investigations, which I think is lowballing as we hit our stride and figured out how we were going to be tracking all of those. And then we've conducted or facilitated 112 child forensic interviews. We are combating the numbers by doing some training with both the members and special interest groups in the community. We have done about a half a dozen or more school presentations, partnering with our school resource officers. And from those, we've actually had a number of proactive sexual assault disclosures and investigations opened. We are finding that, again, with access to the internet, things are happening younger and younger. And so the presentations that we've been doing have typically been grade 6, 7 level. And from those, kids have come forward after not fully understanding body autonomy, consent, what no meant, what continuous consent meant. And so that education piece has opened the door for several of those to come forward, talk to them about their options, whether or not we're going to pursue charges or whether we resolve by other means. We have met with some of your local special interest groups, actually some pastors, some shelters, various people who are helping with more vulnerable populations, because some of these are also far more prevalent in socially disadvantaged groups. And so we've talked to them about what things to look for, when they need to come to us, when those things could be referred for other means of intervention. And again, we're taking on the time-consuming complex investigations to free up the frontline uniform members to respond to the 911 calls.
I just want to clarify as well, the 1,537 domestic violence investigations, that's across our detachment area, not just in the town of Stony Plain, but that's our whole detachment area. It's a good example of the style of policing we do here, or the funding that we get. As you all know, we are a post model. We have, with the city of Spruce Grove, we've got a provincial complement, the town of Stony Plain. And putting together groups like this, it's a better use of resources. There's 2 provincial members in there, 1 Spruce member and 1 Stony Plain member. So together with the 4 of them, 5 of them actually, isn't there? 2 Spruce, yeah, if we count Rachel. 2 Spruce, 2 provincial and 1 Stony. Sharing those resources has allowed us to grow this team and get them specialized in a number of different things. The last time I was here, I had some questions about a couple of different stats. I just wanted to throw these in. There's a number of different things that we look at when we figure out what our staffing levels are needing and that type of thing. But somebody asked about the criminal code caseload per 1,000 of population. So I included this chart here. It's fluctuated between anywhere from 85 to 105 criminal code cases per 1,000 members. That may not necessarily mean that it's 100 different people in that 1,000, but there's 1,000 or 100 case files. Could be one person might have 20 of those, right? So that gives you a bit of an idea. I guess the other stat that you can look at that, you'll see the population increasing slightly each year. One would think that the stats would go up as well, but they did go up in 2023, but we see they came down there last year. Where we land this year, we'll see here in another month, I guess. But it gives you an idea of what sort of what the caseload is anyway. I do like this stat. This is an important stat. I'm sure many of you have heard of it. It's the Crime Severity Index. And this, basically, the Crime Severity Index, every community across the country has one. StatsCan puts it together. Every crime has a numerical value associated to it. If there's a homicide, it's going to be a high number. If it's maybe a theft under $5,000, might be a lower number. And then they calculate that to see what the level of crime is within the community. So the provincial average, I believe, for Alberta in 2024, I think was around 95. It was mid-90s anyway. Last year, we were at 88.2 in the town of Stony Plain. So a nice amount lower than the provincial average, which is good to see. You'll see there in 2018, 2019, it was fairly high, and that was consistent across our detachment area. And then we've seen, it fluctuate a little bit since that 2019 over the last 5 years. But that is one stat that we keep a close eye on, and we do track all the different things that are driving that crime severity index that's going up as well. So we do track those and try to fluctuate with things. Each year, as you know, we put together our annual performance plan. We set targets for ourselves at the start of the year. Our fiscal year starts April 1st, and so we're just coming into our fourth quarter coming up here. These stats, again, are a few weeks old. I did have a quick peek before I came. So this year, we had two priorities: crime reduction and enhancing awareness and education. Under the crime reduction initiative project, we've got two initiatives here. The property crime projects, we've done 3 out of our 6. We were hoping to do 6 this year. We've done 3 so far, and we'll be able to meet that. We've got 3 more in the works. And we've done 1 major drug project out of the 4, and again, we've got surprises coming up for a few people in the next little while, so we'll meet those as well. The second part of that, the enhancing awareness and education, we've got 3 initiatives under there. These ones are significantly more than we put in the slides here. The foot and bike patrols, I hope that people have seen our folks in the downtown area and walking on the paths. We set our goal for 50 this year. We're at 111 so far, so we've doubled what we were hoping. School visits. So we've got 38 schools within our detachment area. We've got 2 SROs, as you know, one in the high school here, one in Spruce, those 2 are combined. And then we have one in Onaway and the Catholic school, I believe it is, in Spruce as well. So our other 34 schools don't have anybody dedicated to it. So a couple of years ago, I think Constable Hinman came in, the guy with the big mustache, you may remember. That's one of his tasks, is to, we've challenged him to make sure he gets into each school once a month. And so far, now you got to remember this started April 1st, so the tail end of last year and now the first half of this year, he's done 210 school visits, which is good to see. That could be anywhere from stopping in at lunch to say hi to some kids, to playing floor hockey in the gym, or some type of a presentation. So if there's some teachers in the room, you may want to reach out to Bobby if you've got an idea of what else could be done. And then our public engagement. So we are currently at about, I didn't look up the latest stat. As of a few weeks ago, we were 60 out of 100. And some of the things we've done just this quarter, just within the town of Stony Plain, there's quite a list. Our members participated in the Veterans Food Drive at Safeway. They did an online extremism presentation through Stony Plain Social Development. They attended the Youth Stir It Up culinary presentation at the Stony Plain Family Connection Center. They did on Halloween, they did the Trunk or Treat event at the Pavilion, the Remembrance Day service, the Smile Cookies, Stony Light Up, and the list continues. And I will put in another selfish plug for this weekend coming up, of course, is Stuff a Cruiser Day at Red Apple. We partner with the Kinsmen and the Stony Plain Fire Department. It's the big day leading up to Hamper Day, so we've got 1 week to go, and we'd love to see some of you out there. I'll be facing the cold, the minus 29 that day, but that's all right. That's some of our folks at, and no donut jokes here. They are at Tim Hortons, but they're making cookies. And I always like to end with a good news story. This one we put in a couple of weeks ago. I'm sure you've seen it on the news. It got quite a bit of coverage. There was a trailer of wheelchairs stolen from the high school here in town. And through the work of media, getting it out, getting the information out there, members of the public were able to, they found that trailer and called it in, and we were able to recover those, about half the wheelchairs, I believe it was, but we were able to recover the trailer and a number of the wheelchairs. So I just wanted to put this in, if you remember Sir Robert Peel's statement, the police are the public and the public are the police. We couldn't do this job without the help of the public. We've only got a certain number of eyes out on the streets, but if everybody can be looking out for these type of things, that's how you can really solve crime within a community. And, I know we're on a time crunch tonight, but there's so many good news stories, and even specific to the town of Stony Plain. One that happened, I think, on the 2nd of December, after we made this slide. We made 3 arrests of youth that have been breaking into businesses within the town of Stony Plain and the city of Spruce Grove. They broke into a business here in Stony Plain, and quick response by our members, they were able to locate those 3 individuals a short distance away, and through the investigation, made the arrest on that and 6 other B&Es that have happened over the last month or 2. So good work by our members there, and I hope that these folks that are committing these type of crimes know that they're going to have to face the music when they get caught. You can't get away with that going on and on and on. So it sends a strong message to our criminals in our area that you can't do crime in the town of Stony Plain or anywhere in the detachment area. With that, I will open it up to questions.
Thank you for your presentation, and definitely very informative. I'm very happy to see that there's actually people in the audience in the gallery to actually listen to this time, and hopefully that that message gets carried out to their friends and family as well, and definitely those members of council will be sharing the data that you provided. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you so much this evening for the presentation. Always very informative, and yes, it's great to see members in the gallery. We have a few members of our new policing committee here this evening, and so looking forward to that getting off the ground and continuing on so that we have a little bit more outreach and a little bit more input into that. I do have a couple of questions. You did mention specifically, Corporal Geens, a couple of different programs and partners that you're working with in that. I do recall, and actually maybe Community and Social Development may help me on this one. I know there used to be a program in Stony Plain with the hairdressers. And it was an education program because oftentimes people were very prone to opening up to their hairdresser and letting their hairdresser know kind of what was going on in their life and some things like that. And there was some specific training, if I remember right. I think it was called Cut It Out Domestic Abuse or something along those lines. Is that program still in existence? Is it something that, if it's not, is it one that could maybe be brought back forward? It sounds like it would align very clearly with what you're doing.
If it is something that's in existence, it's not something that I've heard of in the time that I have been here, but you're 100% right based on my chats with my hairdresser. So, that's something that potentially could be explored, even if it's training for things to watch for, listen for, risk factors that would cause someone to report and engage in, hey, where we can direct them, whether it's to us or to another program that may better suit what they're needing in that moment.
Excellent. Well, maybe our Community and Social Development can connect in with that on a later date and touch base on the program and whether it's still in existence from our end, or maybe if not, how it can be brought back forward. A question in regards to the statistics. I did notice there was a pretty significant increase in both the uttering threats and the assault categories. Assault was up 34% from 121 to 162, and uttering threats was up 37% from 51 to 70. I know these can tend to be pretty specific. One of my, I guess, more pressing questions is from from a categorical perspective, are these more in what I would call like a known person, where it's the victim and the assaulter are known to each other, or are we seeing more what I would call random? And the reason I ask that is just because, you know, we see it in the community, we see it on social media, there seems to be a lot more willingness, I'll call it, from people to take it to that next level. And so just curious if these statistics are actually reflecting that.
Yeah, they've just started increasing. We're just starting to take notice of that too. I think that's a change in society. I think people are, where we used to be able to talk things out and stuff, it seems to escalate a little more, and then they involve the police a lot more often now too. So it is an interesting trend that we're seeing. I think we'll see it continue to go up, because I do feel we're getting called to files that we might not have been called to 10 years ago either. But I think the online stuff gives people the ability to open up to threats. You may have seen on the news there were threats directed towards our office, and there was charges laid last week for an ex-military member that uttered threats to our members and others. But people that are doing that online, they feel the need, or not the need, but they feel that they can do that online now. And so that could be some of the other threats. The assault one is definitely up higher than we would like to see. I guess the good thing is domestic violence isn't up the same amount, but we'll be looking into that, why we're seeing such an increase in that assault one as well.
Okay, thank you. I'd look forward to maybe seeing again how that trends out to your next report. And then just one more, Your Worship, if I may?
Okay, go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. I did notice in relation to roadside suspensions for alcohol, drugs, and so on and so forth, we seem to be seeing a very large and very good reduction in that happening. Obviously, I'm assuming, you know, now that there's a general understanding in the public about the mandatory alcohol screening and how, you know, it doesn't matter anymore whether you smell like it or not. If you're stopped by an RCMP officer, you're getting that. Part of my question to that now, though, goes to the fact that our peace officers do have specific codes in which they can stop for traffic stops and so on, but they don't have the tool of mandatory alcohol screening as the RCMP do. And maybe a question for our General Manager of Community Protective Services. I know we did talk a little bit in our last quarterly report about that relationship between the peace officers and the RCMP and what happens on stops where they can't use mandatory alcohol screening and they may suspect. Can you just speak a little bit from the RCMP side on that same sort of thing?
Yeah, you bet. I can say that we've got a very good working relationship with all of our peace officer enforcement agencies, including Stony Plain. There are oftentimes where they'll pull somebody over and they will, while they can't get a breath sample from them, if they do recognize the fact that they may be impaired by either drug or alcohol, they'll give us a call and we can proceed with an impaired investigation from that point on. There are, and I don't want to step on Mr. Hill's shoes too much here, but I think there's a pilot going on in Sherwood Park right now, Strathcona County, where their CPOs are testing it out. So it may be something in the future. Whether every municipality wants to do that or not is something that they'll have to discuss. But I would say that not only on the impaired stuff, but on other traffic-related stuff too, we've been partnering more with our CPO agencies as of late, and we've had some good success stories with that, targeting specific areas and that type of thing. But the thing with the impaireds, it's, well, on the 6th, on Saturday, was National Impaired Driving Day. And so across the country, we were out enforcing that. We did have people specific to that in our detachment area, but they came up dry. The roads were not good, and it just wasn't safe for our folks to be out there and doing multiple vehicle stops, and we're causing more of a hindrance than anything, I think. So our stats didn't show much success on that. Well, I guess it depends how you measure success. We didn't pick up any impaireds that day, let's put it that way. Are they still out there? I do believe they're still out there. It just depends if you know, we have time to be actively looking for them and that type of thing. But you mentioned the mandatory screening. That's been great legislation for us. It used to be that we would need a reasonable suspicion in order for us to demand a roadside breath sample. Now, if you're driving a vehicle and you're on a roadway, it's law, you have to provide a breath sample, so.
Excellent. Well, again, thank you very much for the presentation this evening. Very, very informative. I think there were some great comments that came out of there. Freedom of speech does not mean freedom of consequence. Having a license does not mean carte blanche for what you can do. The one thing I haven't seen, which is unfortunate, is the kickoff for the MAD campaign, which normally we see around this time of the year. I haven't seen anything for that yet, but just a gentle reminder to those who may be paying attention, you know, it is the season of celebration, and many people do enjoy those festive beverages, which is totally fine, but absolutely, you know, leave the keys at home, have somebody else give you a ride. We've got great transit now. We've got lots of different opportunities out here for people to get to and from. So thank you again for all you do in our communities and for coming in this evening with that information.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councilor Lori. Moving over to Councilor Loynes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the inspector. Looking over the theft of motor vehicle section, just because it's personal, my mom's garage was broken into, her car was stolen, there was damage done to the house, and over $5,000 was stolen in property. Where would she fit, if not in every category, under that list? Just so we know for numbers' sake.
If it was in her garage, it would probably be scored as actually, it would come up on both of those scorings. It would be charged as a break and enter, scored as a break and enter, but it would also fall under the theft of motor vehicle. And the theft of motor vehicle has a number of different categories under there too. It could be a quad, could be, I'm not sure if a trailer falls under there or not, but quad bike, but you're right, it could fall under a couple of those for sure.
Okay. And then on that, again, with my mom's vehicle, we were able to find a license plate in Grand Prairie, but no vehicle was ever found. For the 68 motor vehicle thefts, do we have a stat on returned or found property in that manner?
Yeah, I don't have it with me. We can find that. Eventually, we find pretty much all of them. It could be burnt out, could be torn down, sold for parts, but the majority are stolen to do other crimes. And once they do that other crime, they usually dump it somewhere. Some of them destroy it by burning it to try to get rid of evidence or what have you, but the majority of them are found. Unfortunately, for the person that's had it stolen, I'm not sure what kind of damage is going to be done to it and that type of thing, but I think there's a number of things that we can do to try to prevent those things too. We do have our Lock It or Lose It campaign that we do during the summer months. We walk the streets and through parking lots and just have a peek in to see if their doors are locked or not. And we'll tag all the cars, not just those that have their doors unlocked. But it's so important to keep your doors locked, not have valuables visible within the vehicle. Don't leave your keys in it. Use a anti-theft device on the steering wheel. So there are a number of things that you can do to prevent those. The other one is coming up in January. Yeah, Operation Cold Start. We've got too many little programs. It's hard to keep them all straight. Operation Cold Start. So that'll be coming up at the end of January, where we're specifically out looking for vehicles. But there are a number of vehicles throughout the winter months that are stolen with the keys in them. They're warming them up. So I know not everybody's in the position to be able to put a command start in their vehicle, but I feel that's the greatest invention ever to get your vehicle warmed up. And so yeah, if you do need to let that vehicle warm up for a bit and you have to start it manually, make sure you're staying with that vehicle.
No, I appreciate that, and if I can, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
One thing I noticed that I didn't see on here, and maybe it's just because I don't know where it would go, there was an incident at the detachment earlier this year where a mysterious package was left. What was the end result of that, if you can, and where would something like that be classified under?
Yeah, that, you're talking about the explosive device? Somebody had found an explosive device and brought it to our detachment. So, yeah, in a scenario like that, because some of them can be very unstable, we evacuated the detachment and had our EDU, our explosive disposal unit, come out and dismantle it and it was an explosive device. It wasn't targeting our office, it was done by mistake, or I guess not by mistake, he meant to bring it in there, but, yeah. So where that would fall, it may not be specifically on here, to be honest, because not every file that we have is calculated in here. It would be scored under an explosive file, so we don't track that specific on here because there'd be so few of them. Yeah, hopefully it's the only one.
Okay, and just one more, Your Worship, if I can. Okay, thank you for all that. Rachel, I'm grateful you're here, because I always seem to pick questions in your area, and unfortunately, the inspector is not always able to answer them for me. So when we talked about the number of files in your department, in your area, and the domestic violence situations and things like that, and sexually motivated crimes, it was mentioned that it's further across our detachment area. My question is, we've had situations where things have happened outside of our community, but our detachment's the detachment that they go to file these reports. Is that then captured as our file or our area, or would it go back to where this situation took place?
It is captured where the offense occurred. However, again, this is where I said I know we were under-reporting as we kind of hit our stride. We were newly established. I had to ensure we were getting credit for and able to track all of our hours. So for example, there was a file this year that occurred in Edson, where every single member of the investigation, with the exception of the accused, resided in Stony Plain or Spruce Grove. So we took every single statement from every single party. All of them were youth except for one. So we did 90% of the investigation, but it was an Edson file. So there is a method for linking our team, and we subscore every task that we take care of. We subscore sexual assault review or guidance. Child forensic interviewing is marked a different way. Domestic violence reviews are marked a different way in order that we get credit and we're able to track exactly how much. So while those were the numbers for our area, I think when we had authored 1,900 and some odd reports on files because we assist with more than what is just ours.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarity. Moving on to, that was, what she said, it was her last question. We're over to Councillor Anderson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you both for being here this evening. The report that was provided to us and shared with us this evening was a hard one for me to read in many ways because of the inclusion and the expansion of some of the assault, sexually derived crimes, I remember the terminology used, and specific to children. And I think it's important that we recognize that these crimes are happening in our community, but it doesn't make it any easier to stomach when you have it in front of you. I did want to pick up on a number, and this is page 18 for us in our agenda package. It relates to that one there. 112 child forensic interviews. Now, maybe just some clarity on this statistic, please. My wonder is this a number of children that have been the victim of a crime, or would that also include children being interviewed who have witnessed a sexually motivated crime or a domestic violence incident? I would suggest they are still victims if they're witnessing it, but maybe just some clarity on that particular number.
So that does include all. And I should be clear too, when we say that we're taking child forensic interviews, we only conduct those when we believe that charges are likely or are being explored for it. So there may be something where we speak with a child, but we're not necessarily conducting a child forensic interview because it's already been determined it's going to be resolved by way of extrajudicial measures or another manner. we've conducted 112 where charges are the intent, where the child was the victim or the witness party. And again, I'm more than certain when we actually count it up, we know that this is an underestimation. This is what we could for sure guarantee. But some of these files have 1 child interview and some of these files have 6 child interviews. It varies based on the scenario. If you investigate a group home or a daycare, you're all of a sudden up to half a dozen very quickly. Or with all of the digital crimes, we picked up a file this week that I was talking about with the inspector on the way over, that I was asked to conduct 1 interview and it has very quickly it's spiraled into 5 or 6 based on who is in that digital circle and they're in the school. And so because they are all under the age of 16, they're all going to be interviewed either by a member of my team who's trained or at the Child Advocacy Center.
Thank you for that. Certainly, there's the individual or the case file that you just mentioned, and I know there's a press release last week, I believe, that would be another one that won't have necessarily showed up in the statistics yet, and so. Gratitude to the members that are involved in this. I know it's not easy, but we certainly appreciate and recognize the importance of the children's perspective when crimes are being committed towards them or in their presence. So thank you for all that you do there. This evening, the RPAC team and the influence of the RPAC team was mentioned. I know that was something that was talked about at length. We were very fortunate and appreciate Inspector McGilvery, your advocacy there to bring that into our area. I do know that they're very busy, but I believe we're still at 1 team, and I know there's been conversation about the value of having a second team, maybe some more coverage hours and those sorts of things, and if you wouldn't mind some comments on where that discussion is at in terms of bringing a second team out to the Parkland detachment.
Brad?
Yeah, you're right. We've actually got another team that, there's just the Mountie here right now and no health authority on there, but so they're not an active RPAC team right now. Once that other position gets filled, we will have 2 working out of here. Maybe not necessarily running calls here, they'll work the entire area, but we could certainly use at least 1 more team here for sure. It's tough and staffing levels these days from both AHS's point of view and our point of view, but such an important team. I really do believe that some of these stats that we see on here are as a result of that team, and I always throw a plug out for Katie and Tommy too in our RPAC team, because it's so important to get the right people in the right positions. So they are really great at what they do. So if and when we get a second full-time team, I do hope that we can staff it with people of their caliber as well. But yeah, I would love to see a second team out here, but unfortunately it's not in the cards right now anyway.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I actually had the privilege of meeting the RPAC team at Starbucks. They came in, they had RPAC, I think, on a vest or something like that, and made the connection. I've actually known Katie since she was quite little, and it was great to connect with them and certainly appreciate all they're doing in the community. Mr. Mayor, I do have a couple more here, if you don't mind. Thank you. One that we've talked with yourself, Inspector McGilvery, through you, Mr. Mayor, about is youth specifically. You mentioned this evening the arrests of a number of youth that were involved in break and enter and had some additional break and enter or were involved in some additional calls and case files. How do those get calculated out? Certainly I appreciate the Youth Justice Act is a little bit different than the criminal code and that sort of thing. Would we see in the report, or could we see in the report a number specific to that, or would that be something that would be out of place to ask for?
I don't have them, of course, in these stats. We can break it down. I believe I may have sent them after one of our meetings. Do you recall, Mr. Hill? Or we can get those stats if needed of how many crimes youth have been involved in, for sure. But the substantive charges themselves, like the break and enters, those 7 break and enters that we talked about earlier, they'll be scored within these 49 B&Es. It's just not broken down on here or how many were done by youth or adults.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that. I know we've had conversations at this table, and I think there is a perception in the community right now that youth crime is rampant, which when you hear that can tend to breed more negativity directed towards youth. And certainly, I think an understanding of the statistics related to youth can help bring clarity, to our residents even, and what that reality is and what's being done specific to youth. I know there are a number of social services programs and stuff that cater to youth as well and are designed to engage with youth, and I think they're all really positive things. But I think sometimes the narrative gets away on us a little bit, and having a statistic specific to that may help bring some clarity to the conversation within the community.
It's a good point, and it's the same as any prolific offender. Our office runs about 35,000 calls a year, and prolific offenders account for a lot of these stats. And same thing with the youth. And I know I see the social media posts and stuff too about the youth today. And again, it's just a very small portion of those youth, just like it's a small portion of the adults that are doing a lot of the crime. So, and that's where I've talked before too about our crime reduction unit. They target prolific offenders. If we can take care of one prolific offender that's responsible for 50 crimes this year, that's a big impact on our stats. So it's no different with the youth. If we can get to the youth that are committing these crimes, and I think we did last week, and we'll see where that goes from here. The story is still ongoing, I guess. We'll see. But, we know who some of them are that are doing this crime now, and we'll need to partner with other agencies and work with them and moving forward to ensure that they're not committing those crimes anymore.
Yeah, perfect. And I appreciate that, and I know it's something that I believe it's Constable Hinman. Constable is that correct? The term, perfect. Yep. Has been very active in. He's been at my school. Have had great conversations with the kids, and initially the students were going, Who did what? So I think Constable Hinman's just here to say hi, and so they were pretty excited to engage with him. But that youth perspective certainly is important. I do have one final question. This is back to page 8. It's the crime statistics specific to the municipality, and we see actually throughout the 5-year period here. On the municipal side, a trend increase, even going back to 2021, certainly decreased through to 2024, but the municipal bylaw traffic and just municipal bylaw case files appear to have increased. And we've had a conversation on our end about the role of our bylaw officer and our CPOs and who does what, and how every bylaw call that could be handled by a municipal bylaw officer frees up a constable potentially to be enforcing other measures. And so maybe just some quick comments, if you wouldn't mind, on the municipal bylaw files that we're seeing here. Is this something that as a municipality we could support potentially by increasing our bylaw contingent to help take some of the pressure off the RCMP?
Thank you for bringing that up. It was something that I just noticed too when I was going through the presentation last week. It is up fairly significantly over it was about even with 5 years ago, but certainly higher than the last 2 or 3 years. And I'm surprised by that because Stony Plain is now on our radio system as well. So we've got, back in the day, we were on the same radio, and then we went digital. CPO agencies weren't on our radio, and now over the past year, they're back on again. So I'd made a note of that, look into that, see exactly what type of bylaw offenses are taking place there, and what we can maybe do to work with our partner agency a little more on that.
Perfect. And then finally, just a comment of gratitude. There are a couple of my colleagues and I had the privilege at Alberta Municipalities to meet with members of K Division and to be able to celebrate the work of Parkland Detachment. Certainly, conversations around sort of trends and what we see and so on. But we were able to share with them the appreciation for the partnership that exists between our community and the detachment and the service of the constables and members through the Parkland Detachment, and I have certainly seen an increase presence, whether that's downtown events. Through the election process, had the privilege of meeting with residents at some of the residence buildings downtown and talked about some of the initiatives that had been undertaken in that area, and got a few sort of sideways looks going, yeah, it's actually been quite quiet over the last few months. And so, there's certainly dividends being paid off in the work that's being done and the responsiveness to the concerns of the community. And so tremendous gratitude, Inspector McGilvery, Corporal Gaines, for all you and your teams do to keep us safe and keep us informed.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to Councilor Nieberger. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the presenters. I will echo similarly to my council colleague here that while difficult to read the report, I actually was pleasantly pleased in a sense that voices are finally being heard. And so that your position and the work that your group is doing, heavy work. Again, much gratitude for what you deal with, but happy to hear that voices are being heard. On that note, I love to read and to hear in a sense that data is trending to show that our community is safer. I live, work, and play here in this community, so that makes me happy. However, I would be remiss if I didn't bring, I had the gift of time during election time, and I knocked on many, many, many doors, and had many conversations with residents and the perceived increase of crime. And always my feedback to them was, have you reported it? And the general consensus is, no, nothing gets done. So is this a trend of, no disrespect, of heavy, really good work, or is this underreporting that's happening?
I think, I get this type of question a lot at different places. I would say, if you look at the suspicious person, it was down. Where did they go? Suspicious person, actually 191 last year, 196, but the year before was 221. So that's one indicator if people, because we always encourage people to call. Because I hear you, they'll say nothing gets done anyway, or maybe it's too small a crime, I don't want to bother the police. We always encourage people to call. We might not be there in 2 minutes if we're tied up with higher priority calls, but we always encourage people to call. Or to report it one way or another. I would say, if you get your vehicle stolen, you're reporting that. Your $60,000 vehicle or $80,000 vehicle or $100,000 vehicle nowadays, sitting in your driveway, you're reporting that. So I would suggest that those stats are fairly accurate. Same thing with a break and enter. If my house gets broken into, I'm certainly reporting it. I don't know if anybody's going to have their house broken in. So I would suggest that those stats are fairly accurate. For some of the minor stuff, I do believe we're underreported. A good example of that is the car hoppers, where they go down the street and check every doorknob. They've gone down and checked every car down blocks and blocks and blocks. We might get 1 or 2 reported, but then when we go and start doing neighborhood inquiries, oh yeah, well mine was too. And so some types are underreported. What I would say to that is I encourage people to, if you think it's a minor crime and you don't want to bother the police, do it online. We have online reporting now for certain offenses. And if you just query RCMP Alberta online reporting, you can report on there. So any of those minor things, you can add in there. And because we have a analyst at our detachment as well, and he goes through and looks at things too. And if we do have a lot of thefts from yards or what have you, he'll be able to go, oh, it's really, right here in Meridian Heights area, this is happening, for instance. And so maybe we'll focus our patrols more in there as well. Yeah, does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's only one question. Do you have more? Thank you very much. Going over to Deputy Mayor, Councillor Meyer, please.
Well, I can appreciate concise, and I will try and keep mine concise as well. I do just want to preface, I don't want to be careful when I ask the question, because I don't want to sound like I'm downplaying domestic violence or anything to that effect. But I just want to turn to page 18 again, because I would like some clarity there. The domestic violence, sounds like a lot are reported. Some result in charges, and then there's a fairly significant amount that are resolved by other means. And so maybe I'll just tack on a bit of a story now too. I mean, I'm fairly familiar with the amount of divorces that occur in our society today. And from experience, I can tell you that as soon as that divorce happens, the accusations start to fly, and I think the partners think that they're improving their position somehow, but I'm always kind of amazed that these are people you were married to just a few days ago, and now all of a sudden they're the worst person in the world. I'm curious if these stats, I mean, you did mention in your presentation that just because the neighbor called doesn't necessarily mean there's violence. So help me understand this stat, and maybe if you could also color in there an answer and address this sort of phenomenon I witness where accusations are made, and I'm sure you guys must be aware that they can't all.
It accounts for a very large percentage of our investigations. We have domestic violence investigations that often are, again, heated discussion at home. It is natural to fight. I mean, my neighbors are conveniently far enough, they can't hear me and my husband. But
Who is also a member.
yeah, who's also a member. But essentially, if the neighbor calls, we come, we check it out. If there's disharmony, it does get scored as a domestic because there is disharmony and it has the potential to escalate. So we flag those things in order that we can track them because maybe this time it's a verbal argument and next time it's a broken knick-knack on the table and it escalates from there. Then it's violence against the partner or the child or the pet or what have you. We also have a serious number of them where we know that domestic violence occurred. There is visible evidence. They will not speak to us about where it came from. And so we document it and we encourage them in any way that we can to make sure that they are kept safe. If they're unwilling to cooperate with charges, then we provide them with alternate methods of where they can be, safety planning, contingency planning, in order to help prepare them for the next time that it happens, to keep them safe or to prevent recurrence. But we do have a large amount that come down to custody issues. I would really love it, and it was not appreciated at a district level when I suggested there should be a button for custody argument and collapse the rest of the form. Because we have lawyers who get involved and encourage their clients, well, you need to report it because they want it documented. But oftentimes it is just an argument over he got caught in traffic or she got caught in traffic on the Henday and they're 15 minutes late. That does not require a police call, but they want it documented for their lawyer. It still requires that we do our domestic violence risk assessment, where we should be taking a statement. We ask them the 20 screening questions to ensure that it does not escalate, because for every 100 that we don't have that escalate, there's one that does, and that's where the policy is formed out of, is in order to prevent that 1 in 100 where somebody's finally had enough, that switch flips and it becomes fatal or something comparable.
Just on that note too, just real quick, like Rachel mentioned, a number of those files are over child custody disputes. And I haven't talked about it for a couple of years, I don't think, in the chambers here, but we offer our parking lot. There's people around, there's video cameras there, it's well lit. Whether you want to exchange your kids there on a custody exchange, or you want to meet somebody from a Kijiji sale or what have you, our parking lot is available for use for that.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yeah, just maybe a follow-up. How do you guys ensure that service you provide doesn't get abused? I mean, it does sound like it's kind of abused if a big majority of it is, and it sounds like that's probably a significant amount of time to walk through that.
It does get abused, but I mean, I think that's true of any service-based anything. And from my perspective, I would rather be the overcautious to ensure that children are protected, partners are protected, that your home is safeguarded, rather than the alternative where we assume it's just a nasty custody dispute and it becomes something else. And so this is where the child forensic interviewing does come in. If there's an allegation of violence or wrongdoing, we interview the kids in an environment that is conducive for them, where it's least traumatic for them, where they're not necessarily coming into a police station. They're going into a brightly colored building that is equipped for them, designed with them in mind, and highly trained child forensic interviewers to talk to those kids. If it is the victim, oftentimes we're listening, and this is too where our team has done a lot of training with the members about active listening, because when we are frontline, there's a radio strapped to your shoulder, and you're hearing the 100 calls a shift, and you're worried about, okay, well, I'm not pulling my weight, and you're tilting your ear. That victim does not feel heard or valued. Sometimes when that is the case, not by any fault of the members, they're trying to be a good team member, but it doesn't signal to the victim that they are valued. And so oftentimes now the guys will come and tap us on the shoulder, hey, we are swamped. Can you give me a hand with this? Yeah, no problem. And one of us will clear our schedule and we'll go and sit down with someone, actively listen for the answers that are not no's, but not really, or I don't think so, because they're hesitant to tell us anything. The active listening for some key phrases or things that are not said, or looking for the body language where it's not a straight answer, whether that means that they're attempting to deceive us or to hide something that is embarrassing for them, or they're not being forthright because they want it to appear bad for their ex or whomever. We're trying to be active listeners and to train our members to be active listeners to look for those things too.
We just have to be cautious too about the cycle of violence as well, right? And that's why we do track anything just from an argument to anything more serious, because quite often experience is showing over the years with domestic violence, those are more than likely to escalate as things continue on. So our policy is very strict with domestic violence, but it's strict for reasons. Even in I've just started my 23rd year, and in my time just in the province of Alberta, there's been a couple of bad incidents that have made us change our policies to the way they are now. So they're time consuming, yes, but I think they're there for a reason, for sure, to help the victims.
The murders nationally over the last, I think it's 10 years, they gave us the stat on a course that I went on recently, but it was 80+% of homicides in the last 10 years are linked to domestic violence, it originated in a domestic violence scenario. So this is why it's heavily supervised, it's heavily investigated, and there are stop checks to ensure that we haven't missed a step, we haven't missed a risk factor. So the members are required to complete a form anytime something falls into a DV category. Their supervisors are required to review it within 24 hours, and there's a form that's 6 pages, 8 pages for the supervisor, and then my team reviews it again at the 72-hour to ensure that there has been no recurrence, no escalation, and that all of the appropriate checks and provisions were made, referrals to social services, to support services, victim services, to ensure that everyone's needs are met, to ensure success for everyone in the home.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Council Pletcher, no? Council Lawrence, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just on that and the hesitant to be forthcoming with certain information, how is it our body-worn cameras are now maybe helping or maybe even hindering that, being that they're mandatory to our officers?
So I served on the watch here for 3 years before I moved into my current role. I had the benefit of the body-worn cameras for the last year-ish before I moved. They're a godsend. I have nothing negative. I was not impressed with having my every word recorded, and I made a lot of faces behind Kevin's back when we were volunteered as a pilot. I have almost never been more wrong. It captures absolutely everything. The things that you can't, that picture's worth 1,000 words. When you walk in and someone is distraught and they're, no, nothing happened, it's fine, nothing happened, nothing happened. And as you're talking to them, their face is swelling up and everything becomes red and they're shaking and they're very vividly looking back and forth for approval to the person who hit them. These are things that we try to articulate in our reports, but when you play it in a courtroom, it speaks volumes as to how frightened they were, as to what it is that we are seeing and how obvious it is that something happened. It does make some people more hesitant to talk to us because they know it's going to be recorded, it's going to be captured. And we just have to work harder to make it clear that we're there to keep everyone safe. We're there to ensure that they can exist safely in their home, in public, in this community.
Okay, thank you for that. Any more questions for clarity and understanding from members of council? Seeing none, thank you for the presentation. I think my council asked you just about every question that you could think of. I do have actually a couple that was not brought up, and I think the first one is in terms of the amount of collisions that are reported through the Vehicle Collision Center in Spruce Grove, and has that equated to more free time for the general duty officers?
I think, yeah, so the Collision Reporting Center you're referring to, it's in the Protective Services Building in the city of Spruce Grove. The public, anywhere from our detachment area, if you're involved in a collision, you can go there and report it there, as long as it's not a serious injury or a hit and run or a fatal. There's a couple that you can't. I would say the biggest savings that we've seen is in our administrative staff. So I think the latest stat, I think there was about 2,200 people went through the Collision Reporting Center last year. So that's 2,200 people that weren't in our front lobby. And I've gotten lots of kudos from the public about how fast we can do our criminal record checks here at Parkland Detachment. A lot of times they're done while you wait, and which is unheard of in most police detachments. I say I credit the Collision Reporting Center for that. We're still doing, we still have to create the file, so there's still work to do in the background, but I found the biggest savings was that lineup at the front counter. There's still times when we have lineups there, but it's a lot more efficient at the front counter now because of that.
Thank you. And then in terms, another question, definitely appreciate the Specialized Investigation Unit, and thank you for being part of it and, taking some of that away from our community, making sure that we have better eyes on it. My question is that it was mentioned that there's 2 officers from Spruce Grove, one from Stony Plain, one from Parkland County. So those were probably previously general duty officers. So then how does that impact our detachment in terms of the number of GDs that we do have?
Yeah, when we built that, so previously we had a member doing domestic violence reviews, and we had another member doing sex assault reviews. We built that team at a time when we were getting an influx of a couple members from one of our funding partners, and so it didn't affect frontline members at all. It didn't take away from the frontline general duty members.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of, I think, again, the unit was set up in 2024, definitely looking for good things coming out of the unit. It was very akin to our drug squad team that we started quite a few years ago that, again, as you can see, our stats on drugs is low compared to what other municipalities are, is because we do have that unit that is highly focused and trying to get to the root of it before it gets into a problem. So hopefully we'll see the same thing in this side in terms of domestic violence and assaults that will come down with that. I have a harder question for the inspector. We know that the community policing agreement is up for renewal in 2023. From indications speaking with federal counterparts and also provincial counterparts, there may be an understanding that the province might not sign the next, I guess, agreement for community policing by the RCMP. How do we address that if that does come to light in the next couple of years?
You're talking about the provincial contract? Yeah. You know what? The RCMP is proud to be the provincial police force of Alberta, and we'll be doing everything we can to serve the people of Alberta and the people of the town of Stony Plain. Politically, I don't know where that's going to land. I think it's good that anybody reviews their services, and if they can get a better service for a better price somewhere else, then it's probably, they owe it to the public to do that. In this instance, I'm kind of biased, but from what I'm seeing within our office, I think we're providing a great service for the cost of policing, and we'll continue to work hard and serve the people of Alberta.
Okay, thank you for that, and definitely as elected officials for our community, we definitely have to keep our eyes on every possible aspect. So that's one of the questions that we need to actually talk about as a council as well, to see where that goes. And on personal, I definitely believe that the RCMP has provided excellent service, and they are right now, and I believe that they will in the future if they continue to be the community policing choice of the province of Alberta.
Yeah, and I should mention too that our commissioner has said that they are planning to continue on with contract policing well past the due date of this contract. So I think there was some narrative to the contrary to that, but the RCMP is looking at contract policing moving into the future as well. So that option will be there.
Okay, and thank you for also then answering our questions. The members of council have kind of raised the point too about data helps us provide better policing and enforcement in our communities. So all those individuals that we run into when they talk about different events that have happened in our community, please get them to report it. As mentioned, the RCMP may not do anything about it as right now because it's already past the date or et cetera. It's a low-level property crime, but it does get recorded, and then it allows the RCMP to enhance their schedules to provide the better enforcement for our community. So thank you for that. And on behalf of the council, thank you for the presentation, and definitely we do appreciate the work that is done in the community. Have a good night. Right, members of council, that was two great presentations. Provide a little input and information knowledge to council and to our community. Number 5 of our agenda is statutory public hearings. We have nothing scheduled tonight. So moving on to number 6, which is adoption of council minutes. And before we head there, let's take a recess and we'll come back in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Hey, members of council, welcome back to our meeting. We come back from a recess, and then looking at our agenda, we're going to continue on with number 6, which is the adoption of council minutes. Councilor Pletchko, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approved the November 17th to 18th, 2025 Corporate Plan Council meeting minutes and the November 24th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you. Members of council, you had the opportunity to review them. Any errors, omissions, or questions on those minutes? Oh, I did not have any either, but I just wanted to thank our staff because those minutes from the corporate plan were well done, even though there was a lot of moving parts those couple of nights, and it was well captured. So thank you very much to our staff for doing that. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay, moving on to number 7, which is council boards and committee minutes. We have 2 tonight, which is the Community and Social Development for April 30th, June 11th, and September 17th, and also the Tri-Municipal Leisure Facility for October 16th. Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the town council receive the council board and committee minutes for information.
Members of council, any questions for the council appointees on those? Go ahead, Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. This may be for the council appointee or it may be for the general manager of community and social development. Noticing in the roundtable minutes, there seems to be quite a large amount of absence from the meetings. Of the 3 sets of minutes we have, there was 7 public members in attendance of each meeting, but we had absence of 5, 5, and 4 for the public members. I'm just wondering, is that indicating any type of a trend, something that council should be looking at in regards to the terms of reference for the committee and the committee bylaw? Any changes that we can make to support having better attendance at the committee meeting?
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Laurie. Not that I'm not aware of any issues with attendance. It's simply been people's work schedules, out of town schedules, things like that. When we do have people away from meetings, they generally follow up and find out what they've missed and or they've touched in beforehand, so that I have a strong sense that they're engaged and active in the committee and the roundtable process, even if they can't attend the meeting themselves.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Thank you. And then just again, a note in regards to, I know, again, these are public meetings and so on. I did notice that the meetings are listed to start at 5 p.m., but all 3 seem to be starting about quarter after. Again, I'm thinking it might just be the nature of the roundtable. There's probably a little bit social element, not necessarily as much structure, but just if we are moving these more towards a public facing where we may have public either starting to attend or we may be doing these in recording and public may have an expectation of when that may start, just something we might want to be aware of.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments from members of council? Okay, seeing none, I do have a question to the social and community social development roundtable and to the member that sits and represents the council. I noticed that on the last meeting there was a call for nominations for a vice chair, and currently the previous 2 meetings before that there was a vice chair. Can you provide a little bit of history and background on that, please?
Thank you, Your Worship, to you and the rest of council. We had an appointment of vice chair as our current vice chair was not able to continue in that role.
Okay. Thank you for that. Then just for my clarity and understanding, then and also on the September 17th minutes, it does not even list the name of the vice, like the person that was the vice chair, even in the absences. I know council did not appoint anybody new. When we appoint somebody new, it's always effective January 1st. So I'm just checking for some clarity on that one.
Thank you, Your Worship. So yes, the vice chair had stepped down as his commitments were no longer able to fit with the schedule for the committee. He gave notice to the committee or to the general manager. And so at the next meeting, we held a nomination for a new vice chair.
Okay, thank you. And then if we can refresh my memory, has all the positions been filled on the board since our last appointment?
Thank you, Your Worship, for the question. We currently have one vacancy on the Community and Social Development Roundtable for a sector rep, and we're currently in the process of recruiting someone to fulfill a sector rep position.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for clear understanding? Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and actually that just triggered something in my head. I know we delineate the councillor in the minutes for the members present. I'm just wondering if we do have designated positions, if they are representing a certain sector or segment, would that not be something we would typically note in the attendance on the minutes so that people were aware of who that person was on the board representing?
Okay, thank you. To the General Manager.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Lowry. That's something that I'll discuss with my colleagues in Legislative Services as to the correct process that we should be following.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay. See none, call the question. All those in favor? Okay. And that is carried. So moving on to number 8 of our agenda, which is moving on to bylaws. And today we have 2. So the first one is 8.1. This is the West Terra Stage 20 Land Use Bylaw Amendment. Again, this is for first reading. Go ahead, Administration.
Good evening, Council. This is the first reading for Bylaw 2731 LUO 25. This is the West Terra Stage 20 Land Use Bylaw Amendment. So as we like to start with all the planning bylaws, just looking at our land use planning framework in Stony Plain, this falls on the 4th tier or the land development, where we primarily talk about things such as defining boundaries and servicing. Moving on for our aerial contracts text map, you'll see here this is the remaining portion of West Terra. West Terra Grove is the name that's been assigned to the last Stage 19 and Stage 20. Stage 20 is the west side that boundaries Highway 779, and is the red area is the area where the bylaw is in effect. You can see there's a kind of a dotted line there that represents a laneway. So these would be lots developed on the west loop of West Terra Grove that would back onto a lane. Just looking at some statutory plans here under the West Terra Area Structure Plan. This is the amended plan, which is the most up-to-date. It just shows the area here as low density, shown with the red circle on the map. Just providing a little more context here, this is the land use bylaw. So just for clarity here, there's no rezoning as part of this. Again, this is to add a certain area that's shown there in the black thick crosshatch to the zero lot line area map within the land use bylaw. So this is just adding additional areas that are able to be done as a zero lot line development. If I continue here to the next map, we did this one up here to show, so all of the areas that are black with a light crosshatch are existing zero lot line lots that can be developed out, or those areas. And then this area is proposing adding the thick black area to join those others to allow for that development. Again, fairly straightforward here. Just giving a couple statistics just for reference. This here would be looking to have about 24 zero lot line lots is about what would be approximately possible within this. Stage 20 subdivision has gotten approval right now that has 28 row house units in that same area. So by allowing this, the developers basically desired to reduce the number of lots by about 4 and do zero lot line single detached product as opposed to doing the 28 row house products there. This here would bring the total number of zero lot lines either built, proposed, or conditionally approved to So currently, there are 79 lots in West Terra that are able to have 0 lot lines on it. With the additional 24, this brings it up to 103 in the West Terra neighborhood. Overall, there's an additional 29 that have been approved in South Creek. However, those are kind of on pause until the developer works on a second access in South Creek. So functionally, again, between 79 or with this bylaw being adopted would go up to about 103 0 lot lines in Stony Plain. I've got some additional numbers here in terms of how many are in each stage, but I think overall, just to reiterate, we're talking about a 0.6 hectare area that would be added to allow additional 0 lot line detached product. So ultimately, we're here. First reading. If council gives first reading, we're recommending January 26th for the public hearing. And with that, second and third reading would be potentially done on the same day. And if so, council could decide on the bylaw, either approval or something else. With that said, thank you for listening. And if you have any questions or comments, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. And members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just seeking 2 items for clarity. The first was there was a remark in regards to a reduction from 28 units to 24 units. So just again, seeking clarity, are you stating that where this bylaw is applicable to, the developer's plan was to create 28 individual titled lots for a row house product, and they are now proposing to do 24 individual lots but of a 0 lot line product? That's question 1. And then question 2 is, being that these are rear lane, is that an indication that they will have rear lane parking?
Okay. Go ahead, Administration.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie. So in the area here, there's 2 separate areas. There's a little PUL that's for some servicing just to go kind of between here. So north-south here is a laneway planned. So between the northern area and the southern area here, again, that's about 0.6 hectares. And currently, based on the subdivision that has been approved, they would be able to do 28 row house lots. If this land use bylaw amendment goes through, they would wish to change that to 24 0 lot line lots. And again, this is due to the fact that some of the 0 lot lines, some of the row housing effectively are 2 0 lot line lots on both sides. There's no side yards there. So with the reduction of side yards, that allows for an additional 4 units. And yes, given that it is a lane product, the expectation is that these would all have lane garages to provide the parking stalls required.
Great, thank you. So yeah, clarity, reduction from 28 lots to 24 lots and rear lane access. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Councillor Meyer, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just wondering, through you to administration, seems to me I recall some percentage, maximum percentage of a neighborhood that we had set. I'm just curious if I'm remembering that correctly, and if so, what would this put us as a percentage of the neighborhood?
Okay.
0 lot lines.
Thanks. So there's no percentage set by council. I think that was one of the recommendations come forward, and I think members of council, I think Councilor Petchko, I think had a really good argument that this is a red tape, asking everybody to come back. Like, we need to set a policy, and we need to let our developers know what's going on instead of having to come back to us all the time. So right now, we do not have a policy of percentages, and anything that comes back as a 0 line has to come to council for approval. Okay. Any other questions for clear understanding? Okay, definitely this is first reading, and I will, but my question is then, hopefully I'll ask the applicant when they come forward. Usually developers come and they want to increase the number of lots and buildings that they can put on a property. Why are they doing the reverse this time? Because obviously it goes against any logic that we've seen in the past, where the argument was we wanted to reduce it so that we could add more lots, not reduce them so we have less lots.
Through your worship to all of council, having spoken to the developer, I guess some of the challenges within our community are the different types of housing forms that are allowed. In this case, by allowing the zero lot line rear detached garage product, they believe that that would be a better for our market in terms of sellability. Seeing how the first 11 went in stage 17 in West Terra, they were sold quite quickly, my understanding is. So I think part of it is ensuring that we have that diversity. There are other parts of town that do allow for row house lane product, Brickyard in particular. So I think part of this is just ensuring that we have a diversity of different housing forms throughout the community, which I know is one of the reasons why they're trying to continue some of these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for clarity? Okay, Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just clarity in regards to the product type and zoning restrictions. If my memory is doing me a good service, the townhome or row home units would be allowed secondary suites as well, where the zero lot lines would not. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councilor Laurie, the zoning in this area is actually an R5, which is a narrow lot comprehensively planned, or sorry, narrow lot multi-unit dwelling, I believe, residential. Let's go. Small, which?
Small lot mixed form
Small
residential.
lot mixed form residential, thank you. As such, secondary suites or as we're now calling them, accessory dwellings are not allowed in any of these. So regardless if it's done as a zero lot line or it's done as a row house, there are no accessory dwellings allowed as per the land use bylaw district that this is zoned as.
Excellent. So then for clarity, when you were referencing the Brickyard product, the product we see in the Brickyard does have legal secondary suites, correct?
Through your worship to Councilor Laurie, there's actually two parts of Brickyard Drive. Some of the lots there are zoned R4, which do allow for that secondary suite or the accessory dwellings. So those are on the northern portion of that. On the southern part, there are some additional row houses that are R5 that do not allow for accessory dwellings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for clear understanding? Okay, see none. Councilor Loynes for the motion, please.
Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2731/LUO/25, a bylaw to amend the land use bylaw 2719/LUO/25, and to give authorization to administration to schedule a public hearing on January 26, 2026.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion, members of council. We had the presentation. Definitely, this is first reading, so we'll definitely like to hear what the public has to say and also the applicant on January 26th. Any questions, comments, and debate on the motion for first reading and authorization of a public hearing? See none. Look forward to the public hearing. Call the question. All in favor? That is passed. Moving on to our next bylaw is number 8.2, and this is the fees and charges bylaw. And for those that are watching online or that are in the gallery, the fees and charges bylaw is a product of our corporate plan. So everything that's in here supports the corporate plan that council debated and heard presentations on November 17th and the 18th. Go ahead, administration, when you're ready.
Thank you, and good evening, Your Worship and Council. We are pleased to present the annual update to the user fees and charges bylaw. User fees and charges are an essential part of the revenue for the town to be able to provide services. They provide excess of 35% of the town's total revenue. The bylaw is reviewed annually in alignment with the corporate planning process. The user fee principal philosophy is guided by Revenue and Taxation Policy CFS 051. The fees and charges are reviewed annually by each department, and adjustments are made as necessary. This process includes comparison to other municipalities, as well as analysis of cost recovery where possible. Each area with changes will now go through their highlights of their changes in their area of the bylaw. So first off, both the Office of the CAO and Corporate Services had minor administrative cleanup which included definitions added for business license fees, removal of a line in tax fees as no additional fee above the Municipal Government Act exists for the town, and all references for Freedom and Access to Information Act, previously FOIP, have been updated to reference the Access to Information Act, or ATIA. I will now turn it over to the GM of Community and Protective Services.
Good evening, Council. Mr. Mayor and Council. So certainly a lot of our fees and charges changes to this. Animal licensing, we did adopt a bylaw where we eliminated a lot of the licensing in that in 2025. So those changes reflect that. The nuisance and the dangerous dogs still, or animals still are included in there in terms of fees. Community center, percent of the building, we turned to percentage versus the previous rates. It's simpler. We've been doing that for a bit of time and it's more well received. And the kitchen rates, we're not using the kitchen. It's not booked by the facility. So we removed that out of the plan altogether. Heritage Park, as some of you are aware, we had a lot of different fee structures there. We simplified the fee structure with respect to some of those things are added and they're very dependent on what we can do, what the event is, and it's really administrative function. So we simplified the rate structure and essentially cleaned up some of the administrative stuff and redundancies that were included in terms of the categories over several different sections of the Heritage Park. Transit services, again, we're aligned with the municipal, tri-municipal, so we did align our fees related to the fees and charges that are captured and did some cleaning up there for redundancies also. Biggest one we added was a rec center, so we have not had those fees in our fees and charges before, so this would be the first time we're introducing those fees to the community. In the sport field, administrative cleanup, RCMP, slight fee increase on the criminal record check, and we also cleaned up some language so that free was basically implied for the specific to voluntary sector versus it could be implied for other. So we defined that a little bit more. Fire services, again, monthly inspection rates, there's been shifts in that and how we present that. Also, Alberta Transportation increased their fees, so we aligned that and changed that. That's typically on an annual or biannual with the Alberta government. And then the golf course, of course, we go across the Edmonton region and we look at the fees and we try to align with our comparators across the Edmonton region.
Your Worship and Council, happy to highlight the changes or the fees and charges for planning infrastructure. A couple of things to note. These are in keeping with some updates into bylaws that have been brought to Council over the last year. This includes the new chickens and bees fees that will be added and in effect for January 1st. Additionally, there were some utility rates changes, so we'll briefly go over these. Firstly, just overarching, the utility rates have a couple of different inputs depending on their type. So that can be inputs from commissions or utility providers that we have to account for, as well as any contractor rate changes, as well as our own town-led projects that are eligible within the utility rates. So for solid waste, there were the changes to the bins, and we did tender out the new contracts for the solid waste pickup service. Pardon me. For the water rate changes, that was reflected of the changes with like I said, the projects and the commission rate changes that were passed through. The wastewater rate changes, those were passed through from the Aero Utilities, and the storm rate changes were minor changes reflecting of the project costs that are updated in the corporate plan. And then there was a few renamings within the document as well.
Thank you, and at this time, I will turn it back over to you, Your Worship, for any questions from Council on the bylaw presented.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Definitely thank you for the highlights of changes from last year to this year. Members of Council, if you can open up your Council packages. If you have any questions regarding the fees and charges, if we can stick to the red line version so that we can all see what was changed and what was not changed. And that's from page 94 to 120 something. I didn't write it down, but I remember reading it, and it's that time frame. So it's 95, 94 to 120 or so. Okay, members of council, questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Loynes, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Going to page 100 of the fees and charges, I'm looking at the outdoor pool. I know it's a very simple thing to write, but it says family, 2 adults, 3 children or youth. However, in our descriptions, we don't have youth listed. We have child, student, senior, and adult. And I'm just wondering for clarification if it should not say either student under family or if it should say youth. And then if you just go to page 101, where it does say child, youth, senior, and adult and family for the rec center, just for making things simplified, should they not be listed as the same?
Okay, administration.
Your Worship, through to Councilor Loynes, certainly that looks like just a word change that we can apply.
Thank you. And so which word change are we changing, student or youth?
Your Worship, I would likely align it with the rec facility to youth.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
And then continuing along that same line of questioning on page 101, when we look at a senior at 80 plus for daily administration is listed as free, but nowhere else is it listed as anything except for walking track for free usage there as well, whereas under 10 visit pass or monthly pass or anything like that, it doesn't list them. So my question is, are we continuing with that free for the 10 pass, the 1 month, or the monthly continuous? Understanding, yes, free is free, they're not being charged for it. But again, for similarities throughout the document.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councilor Loynes, likely the assumption was a person over 80s having limited use at the facility, so we likely didn't create a category in that season pass for a person of that nature. My assumption would be if someone over 80 came in, we would probably apply the same as we are for their walking track.
Be free. Thank you. Anything else? All right, any other questions for clear understanding? Going to Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll start on page 100 with the outdoor pool. We'll stay there. And when I look at the season pass, I believe it is here. Yes, it was the season pass. When I look at the daily admissions for child, student, senior, adult, and family, and I go to the punch pass, that shows 10 for the price of 12. It follows a bit of a ratio. When I go to the season pass, though, the ratio no longer adds up. So when you look at the child under 13 and you divide that by a daily admission, I think it works out to like 20. But then when you go to an adult, only being at 125 versus 750 for a regular daily rate, it now drops that number of admissions significantly. I'm just wondering if there's an explanation as to why the season passes don't kind of follow the ratio of, I guess, number of attendances that would be included in that.
Administration.
Your Worship, through to Councilor Lowry, certainly when we do our rate review, we definitely look at the outdoor pools within the region and we try to align our fee structure to what's happening in the region. Certainly with season passes, as is the likelihood at the golf course, depending on how many times you attend the golf course, you can net your annual, your daily fee down substantially too. The review of the season pass is definitely done through our regional partners, comparators, and that's where we came up with the structure related to that season pass.
Right, thank you. And I mean, I don't know how to kind of phrase this a question. I'm still not necessarily understanding an alignment. So an example, when I look at a 10 punch pass for a child being $50 and a season pass for a child being $100, it's double the cost. But then when I look at, say, a family or even an adult, you're $75 for an adult or $200 for a family for the 10 pass. But then when you go to the season pass, it's nowhere even close to double. You're $290 for a family or $125. I mean, $125 is closer to double the $75. So I'll take the understanding for the ratio on that. But I think maybe we need to look at that. Can I continue, Your Worship?
Okay, go ahead.
Page 101 now, looking under the Recreation Center, I have a few here. When I look at the daily admissions and then the 10 visit passes, the ratio under the youth, the senior, and the adult comes to a 10 visit pass is the equivalent of 9 daily admissions. But then when you look at both child and family, a 10 visit pass is the equivalent of 10 individual daily admissions. There's no savings there. There's no benefit for that 10 visit pass. I'm just wondering if that was a miss in a calculation, or if we are in fact saying that a 10 visit pass for a family or a child would not receive any type of a multi-visit discount.
Okay. Go ahead, Administration.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, honestly, I can't give you a good answer on that particular one. I think it's, again, it would have been, we looked throughout the rec facilities in the Edmonton region, TLC, tried to come up with a fee structure that would work for our facility in the first year of operations. Understanding that likely these fees are going to be adjusted again as we move into a full cycle.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'll just recognize a miss there, sorry, on the family admission, there was, a savings of 1 visit. So it's the child fee that there is only no recognition of essentially buy 10, get 1 free, or buy 9, get 1 free. So I'll wait on that one to potentially make a motion when we go to the approval process. Can I continue again, following in the same category? Thank you, Your Worship. Again, in the Recreation Center, following on page 101, under daily admission and 10 visit passes, we do see a family pass. However, under our 1 month pass and our monthly continuous pass, we do not see a family pass. I'm just wondering if the general manager can advise why we would not offer a family 1 month pass or a family 1 month or family monthly continuous if we do offer a family daily admission and a family 10 visit pass.
Okay, go ahead, Administration.
Your Worship, again, through to Councillor Laurie. Certainly, in our review of these fees and charges, definitely the staff did look at all of the provisions under each of these and made the decision that the fee structure that we currently have in here related to family being a 10 pass and a daily admission versus the 1 month monthly, and I don't believe we found continuous application across other facilities in the region.
Okay, so.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, as the sitting member of council on the Tri-Leisure Center does, I would think we would look to align more closely with our regional facilities, but again, I will leave that one until we get into more of a potential for debate. Can I continue with another question still on the Recreation Center, Your Worship?
Go ahead.
Or would you like me to pass?
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. Now we're on page 1, it's 101 and kind of 102. This is in regards to the walking track admissions. While recognizing that the walking track monthly and the walking track annual prepaid does provide some reasonable and significant savings, the walking track single admission is very marginally different from the standard daily admissions. Can administration provide some reasoning as to why we felt, I guess, worthwhile of having a single day, very minor different walking track admission, rather than just keeping it simple, having our walking track monthlies and annuals, and then if you were just a single use, it's a single use at the same rate no matter which part of the facility you use?
Go ahead, Administration.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie. Certainly the thought process around that is often with facilities like this where you have specialized infrastructure or amenity areas. My experience has been in other facilities when the walking track is there, people just want to come and use a walking track and they want a single fee related to that particular amenity use, where some will come and pop in and they may use the walking track, but they may use some of the other components if it's open to the public at that program time that they're visiting the facility. So this was more delineating the ability for someone to singly come in and use the facility as a whole or just the walking track alone.
And thank you, Your Worship. I have one more in respect to the Recreation Center.
Okay, one more, and then we'll move on to the next person.
Thank you, Your Worship. Page 102, looking at the indoor turf rental. In respect to the gymnasium space, I can understand the use of the terminology court because there are various courts in that space: basketball, badminton, volleyball, so on and so forth. In the indoor turf, however, I'm not sure I'm understanding the use of court, and I'm not sure how many courts our indoor turf may have. Is it delineated as a single court for the entirety of the indoor turf, or are there multiple courts contemplated in that indoor turf surface?
Go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, that certainly could remove that reference to a court. I would agree that that's not a clear representation of that particular space.
Thank you. And then, so again, for clarity, we're classifying the indoor turf as one space. There's no opportunity, as there is at the Tri-Leisure Centre, to rent half of that turf space.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, at this time, I would consider that one space and very unlikely that we could split that. However, once we get into the understanding of the operations of that particular facility and how big that turf space is, and if there is an ability to split it, then certainly we would make that adjustment.
Thank you, Your Worship. But I'm just going back to the recreation facility design. I thought we had drop curtains as part of the facility design on the turf. Am I not recalling?
Your Worship, over to through to Councillor Laurie, we do, but we don't have a drop curtain that would delineate that space into two.
Thank you. Anything else to add on this part?
I have one more for a different section.
Okay, we'll move on to another one. We'll come back to you a little bit later. Councillor Niebergo?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, just a question about following up on Councillor Laurie's question here. Policing then of those that have paid just the regular access fee versus being allowed up on only onto the track. Just wondering if that dollar makes that worth.
Go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Niebergall, certainly getting into the specifics of operations, TLC has wristbands that delineate where you've paid a fee to go to. So we would have a similar system at the rec facility.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Councillor Loynes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, going back to my question about the senior 80-plus free, and administration's answer about it was under the assumption that that senior with the 10 pass or 1 month would be stated. When you scroll down to page 102 for the walking track, we do have senior 80-plus listed for both monthly, annual, and single use. But we don't have them listed, as I mentioned earlier, for the 10 pass, month pass, or continuous month pass as a regular user.
Okay. I'll jump into that. I think I prefer not being there because as a senior, your administration is free already, so why do you need a 10 punch
Again,
card?
that's why I'm asking for the clarification as to why we have it listed one way on one section, another way on another section. Should there not be some type of collaboration where if you're 80 plus, you're just free and it doesn't need to be listed? Or it should be listed in each one individually, as it is in half and not?
Right. I think the difference here is access versus punch cards or multiple entries. I think all those dollars admission fees are for certain areas, and then there's nothing on the 10 and 1 month passes because it's still going to be zero. So I'm not too sure.
Correct, but my
if it
question
makes a
then is,
difference.
why are we listing it for walking track? If they're free, they're free. It doesn't matter where they're using the facility, they're free. So why do we need to distinguish that they're walking track free versus whole facility free?
Go ahead.
Your Worship, probably a simple answer is it could stay under the daily admin fees as free and eliminated from the other categories because they're free at the facility, whether they're there for a month pass or a season pass. Our identification of them as a daily pass is we're not going to charge them. So I don't think the other categories are relevant. So we could probably eliminate those other categories.
Okay. Okay, any more questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor, you said you had a couple, one more? Oh, Jay? Councilor Anderson, sorry. No, I'm not in a rush. That's okay. I already had Councilor speak about the fee, so go ahead, Councilor Anderson.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do have a couple. I have one specific to recreation, though we're back just a couple of pages. I think it's page 97. I was trying to figure out what Arena Board rentals was speaking to. The only thing I could come up with is potentially advertisements on the boards around the arena. Would that be a correct understanding of Arena Board rentals on page 97?
Okay. Go ahead.
Your worship, through to Councillor Anderson, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just a quick follow-up, is that an annual cost that would be paid seasonal costs? What time frame are we looking at there?
Your worship, through to Councillor Anderson, annual would be the fee.
Annual, okay.
Okay, thank you for that. Just a thought, I don't know, maybe it's worth specifying annual, I don't know, I don't have strong feelings about that, but was something that I was left wondering about. I do have a couple more, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, 102, this is just specific to some of the rental rates in the new community recreation center. Certainly appreciate the rates for the different courts and so on. Don't know if this is a question specific for today, but it did come up sort of as I was working through this. Will we have limits on how much space can be rented to ensure there are court spaces for spontaneous use as well for those that are purchasing a daily pass or a monthly membership so they can access the facilities that they hope to participate in?
Okay. Go ahead, Administration.
Your worship, through to Councillor Anderson, certainly with the programming space of the rec facility, which we'll put out a schedule. Definitely our plan is to, and our thoughts are to ensure that there's adequate spontaneous use, because the facility could, in essence, be booked 100% of the time, which would negate the revenue opportunity for spontaneous use.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that consideration. The next two are pretty quick. They're on the same page, 116. This is specific to transit. Looking at the first one being the, specific to the ARC card monthly capping, and I think I just answered my own question, so we're going to skip over that one, but I do have a question related to the newcomer definition on this page towards the bottom. See 90-day local commuter, newcomer as free, and just some clarity on this one. Is this a newcomer to Canada or newcomer to the region?
Okay, go ahead.
Your worship, through to Councillor Anderson, my understanding of that is it's a newcomer to Canada.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Okay, Councilor Pletchko, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'm going to refer to page 99. I'm just looking for some clarity as to why we went to just a per day and a per hour opposed to different levels of use of the facilities.
Okay, go ahead, Administration.
Not all of it is. You give a discount for funeral rates, but I don't see anything related to minors, adults, that type of thing in there. Commercial alcohol, you've eliminated most of that. If I'm missing something, please refer to the page that I'm missing it on.
Your worship, to Councillor Pletchko, if you look at page 99 at the bottom, it does have a 20% reduction for minor. So there's an hourly fee, and then we applied a 20%. So that's part of the change is a percentage shift versus a number shift. And the number, I would have to confirm the math, but I believe the number is, if you take the hall or the space and reduce it by 20%, I believe it is fairly close to the number that has been struck. So it's a percentage shift versus a number shift.
Thank you.
So just, if I could,
Go ahead.
So on the per-day rate then, does it include the commercial kitchen? Because I don't see commercial kitchen.
Yeah, it's under other rates.
Yes, Your Worship, through to Councilor Pletchko. If you look at other rates, again, on page 99 towards the bottom, we have the commercial kitchen space, servery, Kinsman kitchen, and washrooms, which is only for the outdoor. When you rent the outdoor, if you have would like the washrooms opened up, there's a fee for that. So basically, we've taken the other rates and we just categorized them as other rates versus capturing them under each of the different spaces multiple times.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. Any other questions, comments on the fees and charges? Councilor Lori?
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, I've missed one of my questions here in regards to the Recreation Center, so I do want to go back, page 101. I'm just looking for a delineation in the definition of the 1-month pass and the monthly continuous pass, as I do not see an annual pass. And I'm wondering if we have a minimum number of months required under the monthly continuous pass.
Your Worship, through to Councilor Lori, certainly with the continuous, rather than having that annual, it's if someone wants a 6-month or a 3-month, then they would likely just pay for that period of time. We do have some people that travel to the United States during the winter months. I believe the TLC pauses people's memberships on occasion if requested. So this would likely eliminate our administrative need to continue to do that if someone just chose to say, I just need a pass for 4 months, so I'm going to pay a 4-month continuous.
Thank you. So again, going back to my question in regards to a minimum number of months. So could somebody sign up for a monthly continuous pass of 1 month, or are they forced to buy 1 month? Like it's not stating any minimum stipulations for a monthly continuous.
Your Worship, through to Councilor Lori, my assumption would be a 1 month would be a no because we have a 1 month pass category. So I would suggest that with the monthly continuous, it would be 2 months or more would be the continuous rate for the monthly continuous.
Okay, thank you. And then I have another question on page 104.
Go ahead.
This is in regards to the golf course, and we have some changes here I see in the season passes. It looks like we're now offering, or in the past we've offered I'll call it preferential rate for a renewing member. We've now seen the addition of and residents. So my first question that I'm looking for an answer of is, when we are talking about a new member, are we talking about a new non-resident member? And then the second category is if you are a new member but you are a resident? Or is it only renewing members that are residents are eligible for that rate? The terminology is a little confusing.
Okay. Go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councilor Lori, I would agree that likely as renewing member, not and residents, but residents with a dash would be more clear on that particular category.
Okay, so just for clarity then, a new member is a new member regardless as to whether they are or are not a resident of Stony Plain, and the renewing member rates only apply if you are a resident of the town of Stony Plain.
Your Worship, through to Councilor Lori, correct.
Thank you. And then
A second before that goes on there, because then are we saying that all members are Stony Plain residents? Because that says renewing members. So if somebody is, say, for example, in Spruce Grove that has a membership season pass for the town of Stony Plain and they renew, they're not a resident, so then do they pay the full member pass again? Because I think that's confusing here, because I think
Your Worship,
Councilor asked a good question.
And again, this is clerical and administrative, so maybe I can just suggest it in the general manager. Maybe the new member category needs to be changed to new member and non-resident renewing, if that is what the intention is.
Your Mayor, through to Councilor Lori, certainly we'll consider that, and administratively we can make that change in the next few moments here.
Okay, so looking for clarity though, that is the intention.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, that is my understanding the intention is. So certainly we'll consider that as we continue through the dialogue here.
Thank you. And then I did have one additional question on that same page in the same rates. I see for a new member, for intermediate and junior, the prices are the same as they are for the renewing resident member. Is there a reason why the renewing member resident does not see a discount? Especially I see there used to be one on the junior membership and there no longer is.
Go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, again, market review would have been completed by the staff at the golf course, and this is likely what's happening in the industry related to those categories.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am, yeah. Yeah, well, the general manager's provided some clarity. I'm not 100% sure I know that the clarity on that new member and renewing member and residents, based on the way the fees are set, is, I don't, we'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I had highlighted too, I think there are advantages to having municipally owned golf course, and one of those should be that as a resident, you should have a slight discount, and I do not see that in that. As you look at the crossed out version, last year there was, so I'm not too sure about that, but that's something that we can talk about after this comes to council, so we can debate it. Right now, it's just questions for clarity and understanding. Members of council, any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. I do have a question in terms of, I read so many notes, I don't even remember which page number I referenced now. Here, we'll just do an easy one. Guess it'll be similar to all the rates as well. So on page 101, in terms of the 10-visit pass for a recreational center, so that is a 10-visit pass for $40, for example, for a child ages 2 to 12. Is that 10-visit pass in one calendar year, or could it be spread over 5 years if the person doesn't use it, or over 2 years?
Your Worship, certainly we would probably, if the 10-month pass would not expire. There would be no expiry on that particular pass. So if a person used it over 5 years, we would likely accept that pass if it came and it was in the current form of the passes that we were distributing from that facility.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, and I do have another question. Okay, oh, okay, that was asked, but this was not. Okay, page 117. Members of council. So my question is in terms of the ATS transit services. As we can see, the travel between, for example, the first one, Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, and Parkland County, and West Edmonton, there's a $30 fee. And after that, in brackets says, if the ride includes a return trip, is $40. So my question is that $40 additional to the 30, or is it $40 total?
Your Worship, $40 total for that entire trip. So it wouldn't be a $70 trip. I think that's what you're asking, yes.
Okay, then my question to that then is, if that is a return trip is $40 from one of those locations, what happens if the driver has to wait 3 hours for a return trip? For example, if I book this for my mom, and she has a medical appointment at West Edmonton, and her appointment's at 9. She gets picked up here at 8, she gets dropped off. her appointment's at 9, but you don't know when she's finished, because sometimes they're late, so will the ATS driver stay there until that appointment's done to bring them back? And if they don't, what are they doing? And how does that individual resident get the ATS to come back to give them a ride?
Your Worship, the system, at this time, there's multiple trips into Edmonton for medical. So the likelihood of of a driver waiting at Edmonton over a 3-hour stretch not providing service to residents of to the ATS clients is very low. Certainly, we don't leave buses sitting at Edmonton for 3 hours. The driver that brings a person in may not be the same driver that brings that person back into Stony Plain. We do have multiple buses that go back and forth.
Okay, so no resident or user of the ATS will be left stranded?
Your Worship, that's correct.
Thank you. And I actually have 2 comments as well. Then on page 102 and 103, thanks to the members of my council have already brought that up in terms of the walking track only option. I think that is actually very good and needed. I think we heard a lot of comments from members that used the TLC that they're upset that the TLC did not have that until they eventually did that, because some people did not just want to use the entire facility, they just wanted to use the walking track. So I appreciate that was in our fees and charges. And the second compliment I have just to our staff is on page 119. I think that was mentioned by the inspector when he was here making the presentation, is the additional of the criminal record checks for non-residents. I had to do a check that required me to go to the EPS, and I heard many EPS members suggesting to Edmonton members, residents, to come out to Parkland because we could do it faster and quicker here for a lower cost than what was getting done for EPS. So I am glad that there is a non-resident fee now for criminal checks.
Your Worship, just some clarity on the golf course season pass. So having had some time to look at that, the season pass for a new member, 100% would be a new member coming to the golf course. The renewing member and residents, the resident rate, whether a new member or a renewing member, would be that rate. If you're a renewing member, not a resident, it would be the bottom rate. So example being, I'm from Spruce Grove, I'm a member this year, I want to renew my membership, I would fall into the second category. If I'm a brand new member, but a member of Stony Plain, I would fall into the second category. If I'm a new member, not from the region, or not from Stony Plain, I would fall into the top category.
Okay, go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And so just to follow up on that, so again, I think there was some clarity there. If you are a new member, not from Stony Plain, you pay the top rate. If you are a renewing member, regardless as to whether you are from Spruce Grove or Stony Plain, you pay the bottom rate. And if you are a new member, but you are from Stony Plain, you pay the bottom rate. Can I ask clarity then why we would provide a discount to a non-resident on a renewal, but not a discount to a Town of Stony Plain resident on that same renewal?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, certainly the season rates or the season passes definitely give us that startup cash at the golf course, and it's good to have. So the renewing member, I think the discount applied is for those that are continually coming back year after year after year and supporting the golf course. So I think it's more from that perspective than that new membership rate that we're applying. Plus, we do recognize that we are in Stony Plain, and Stony Plain residents should see some benefit to having the course here. And I would suggest that the majority of our membership is from the Town of Stony Plain.
Thank you, Your Worship. That actually cued on my follow-up question was, do we have a breakdown of the membership as to resident and non-resident?
Your Worship, through the Councillor Laurie, I do not.
Okay. Any other questions for clear and understanding? Okay, see none, thank you for providing those changes and providing the updates as fees and charges goes and supports the corporate plan that council debated late last month. Okay, we're moving on to Councillor Niebergall for first reading, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2732/G/25, a bylaw to establish fees and charges for the provision of certain licenses, goods, and services.
Okay. Thank you. Members of Council, the motion is on the floor. We can debate and ask questions for clarity and understanding. There were some questions for understanding that left a few things hanging, so if members of council would like to address those, definitely this is the time. And any amendments that are made to change, I think that's not a clerical or just a minor change. Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll ask the question to you and potentially to administration. I have a slate of 5 proposed changes to the recreation center fees. I have already emailed these in to administration, so they do have a copy of them. I'm just wondering whether it would be best to make it as a singular motion with the 5 change recommendations, or if you would like me to proceed with making 5 individual motions and going through the process for each one. If you'd like, I can very quickly read out what the 5 proposed changes would be to help with that determination.
Just pulling it right now, so
Thank you, I did include you on it.
Yes, thank you. And I do see that here in terms of the motions, and I think this all stems from the conversation that we had, conversations and questions of clarity and understanding. Basically, that does change them enough, so let's do them one at a time.
One at a time. Thank you, Your Worship. And so I would like to propose the first motion that council direct administration to include a recreation center family monthly membership of $175 and a family continuous monthly membership of $157.50. And when ready, I can speak to that and I can speak to how I came to those numbers.
Okay, just give us a second as administration gets that onto the table. Okay, and then I'll ask, before we talk about this, can I ask council members to turn to page 101, because this is the page that Councilor Lowry would be referring to.
Through your worship, just give me a second. I'm having some technical difficulties.
No problem. I think this is...
I can start speaking.
You can start speaking to it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So first and foremost, I'd like to preface this by stating I've been fortunate to spend several years as the council representative on the TransAlta Tri-Leisure Board and been through a multitude of fee review scenarios and where we have looked at comparable fees and where we have looked at what fee offerings exist, why they exist, and so on and so forth. Again, when we go through our fee chart, we do recognize families in daily admissions and in our 10-visit passes, in which the 10-visit pass does provide, again, a financial benefit to having that. Also, this facility has been constructed to try and encourage our residents to become active and have those opportunities. I believe not including a monthly family membership and a monthly continuous family membership has been a miss. When you do the calculations, it's very simple. The 10-visit pass, with the exception of the child membership, which a further motion will be coming forward of, is equatable to 9 individual daily admissions. It's a very simple ratio. Monthly follows the exact same. So we do have that recognized 10-visit pass from a family daily rate of $25 to a 10-visit pass at the equivalent of 9 visits for $225. In the next category of monthly, you see children's are equivalent to 7 visits, you see youth are equivalent to 7 visits, you see seniors are equivalent to 7 visits, you see adults are equivalent to 7 visits. So that brings to the proposed $175 monthly family membership fee, because $175 is 7 visits equated to our daily membership rate. So it follows the exact same calculation and exact same ratio used for every other membership category. The monthly continuous is a little different. They range anywhere from 6.11 visits to 6.5 visits, and it typically lands in and around the 90% range. And so the proposed rate of $157.50 is 90% of the monthly membership. Again, I do have a future motion coming forward in regards to the monthly continuous membership and a minimum number of months required and why that is a good thing to do. The $157.50 is equitable to 6.3 individual daily admissions. So simply put, when you look at the fee structure in places like the Tri-Leisure Center, which is our other local regional recreation facility, when you look at the ratios comparative to the other rates, I believe that this is appropriate to include in here. I think this encourages families to get memberships for this facility and attend. Maybe, they would have thought, little Johnny and little Bobby are going to use it, so we'll get them, and that's only $42 each. They're $84. Well, maybe Susie and mom and dad thought, well, maybe we would use it, but $225 for a 10 visit. Well, now, how do you split that? Because now the whole family has to go to use that at $225. Or if Johnny and Bobby are going to go lots, but Susie doesn't go that often, and mom and dad want to go every now and then, that the family membership gives you that flexibility. A family 10 visit pass does not, because when you go to use that 10 visit pass, you have to use it for the entire family of 5. If only certain members from that family are going, it doesn't work that way. So again, I think this is a miss when the fees are being put together. These fees follow that regular rate. Again, as a member of the TLC on behalf of council, this is what we see at the TLC where we have these memberships in there. And if council does have any questions on them, I would be happy to answer, but I would ask them to support the inclusion of this in our fees and charges.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Administration, I see that up there. Thank you very much for getting that. Members of council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, seeing none, thank you. I will support the motion. I think that might have been a miss, as many of the other fees do support a family membership, and this is just going to be in line with the other fees and charges. Okay, I don't need the closing comments. I'll just call the question. All in favor? Okay, nobody opposed. That is passed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can I go ahead with motion 2?
Yep, just make sure administration have you.
Yeah, it was all in one email. So
thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council direct administration to reduce the Recreation Center Child 10 Visit Pass to $36. This is super easy to speak to while administration is getting it up on the screen. When you look at the calculation of every other 10 visit pass, it is equitable to 9 daily admissions, whereas for some reason the child 10 visit pass is equitable to 10 daily admissions. There's no savings, there's no value in purchasing that pass, where there is for every other membership category. Again, anytime I've been setting fees and charges at a recreation facility, a multi-use pass comes with some type of financial benefit. I believe that was the intention here. Not sure if it was an administrative decision or administrative miss not to do it, but I think we should do it to maintain alignment with the other 10 visit passes.
Okay. Thank you. So again, that's on page 101, members of council. Questions, comments, debate on the motion? No, see none. I believe that was a miss, so I'll support the motion. Call the question, all in favor? Okay, and that's passed. And the third one?
Thank you, Your Worship. For administration's sake, I'm actually going to make motion 5 next. And so this motion is that council direct administration to include a minimum 3-month requirement for the Recreation Center monthly continuous membership option. And when that's up, I'll speak to it.
Okay, go ahead and start speaking to it.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that the monthly continuous is a great option to have, and listening to the general manager, again, it does make sense over an annual membership because it allows people to continue on, it allows people to pause, and so on and so forth. However, the monthly continuous membership offers a pretty significant discount over a regular monthly membership. It also does require some additional administrative work, as it does have to be set up in the background for automatic withdrawals. And that is how that monthly continuous traditionally works. It does not require you to come into the facility and pay every month. It is an automatic withdrawal. That's why it is considered continuous, and you are required to cancel it in order for that to stop being withdrawn from your bank account. In order to recognize the value of the discount from the monthly membership to the monthly continuous membership, and in order to recognize that there is a little bit of additional setup required for an automatic monthly withdrawal, so there's admin fees, I believe we should put a minimum requirement. We did hear from the general manager earlier that he would assume, based on how this was written, that it would at least be 2 months. I think given the deep discount that is offered for that membership and the work that goes into that, and again, seeing what I see at the Tri-Leisure Centre and the fees and structures, we do have a minimum on the continuous memberships as well. I would recommend that we move forward with a minimum requirement of 3 months in order to access that rate.
Thank you. Members of council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, Councillor Pletchko. Nope. Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just on that being a monthly withdrawal, can administration tell me if we have an NSF charge for this?
Go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Loynes, I would probably defer to the manager of financial services, but likely that would fall under our entire management financial suite of, doesn't matter if it's a rec facility or your monthly utility bill. If something comes forward, there's likely a fee that would be attached to that.
Okay, go ahead, General Manager, or the manager.
Thank you, through your worship, to all of council. If you reference page 105, the Finance and Access to Information Act service fees, there is a return check and NSF charge of $35.
Perfect, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is one that the other two were easy for me. This one I'm not sold on, and part of the reason for that is we live in a very dynamic world, very lots of, I don't want to say transient, but families are moving and coming and going all of the time. I think putting a minimum 3 month can lead to some challenges if families come, decide it's not for them, can't access in a manner that makes the best use of this, and certainly would be comfortable just leaving it as monthly continuous. And if they sign up for continuous and for whatever reason have to cancel after or in the same month, it's a loss of $8 to the municipality, and it's not something that I would be overly concerned about, and am comfortable with monthly continuous being as it is in our current fees.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Pletchko, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering if the representative that sits on the Recreation Center Committee, not for town, but for the Tri-Region, could speak to that just a tiny bit more, if that 3 month is consistent with what is offered at the Tri, and also if our Community and Protective member could also talk to that a little bit, if he's seen that common within the region.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, and I can throw it into council teams here very quickly, because I was slightly mistaken. It is actually a minimum of 4 months at the Tri-Leisure Centre, not 3 months. So I've just sent that for your reference. That can be found on the Tri-Leisure's website for anybody who is looking. And so for the monthly continuous memberships, a cancellation request is only eligible after a minimum of 4 month commitment being met. And a suspension request is also only eligible after a 4 month minimum commitment has been met. So again, it is a continuous membership, and a part of the reduced rate from the monthly membership to the monthly continuous membership is a recognition of a longer term of guaranteed revenue for the facility. And so you are getting a discount by committing to multiple months. The continuous membership allows you to determine, again, anything 4 months or over. You're also able to suspend for up to 2 months in a 12-month period. So theoretically, you could have 1 full year's worth of fees paid, but over a 14-month period, because somewhere in that time period, you could suspend your membership for 2 complete months, either consecutively, a couple weeks here or there at a time, and so on and so forth. Further to that, the Tri-Leisure does offer an annual prepaid, non-refundable that is the equivalent of 10 months even of the monthly continuous. So again, as you commit to a longer membership rate, typically the rate reduces. We see that very similar. Our daily rate would be our most expensive. A 10-visit punch pass is the next down the list. A monthly is the next down the list. Monthly continuous is designed, again, to be a longer commitment for a more consistent revenue for a recreation facility, a more predictable revenue for a recreation facility, and to give the end user a bigger financial benefit because they are committing to use that facility for a longer period of time.
Councilor Pachko?
Thank you for the update. I think that makes total sense. And, you know, while you haven't gone to the 4-month, I think that would even make sense to be consistent in the region for what's here. But at this point in time, unless council teaches me different, I think I could support this motion as the 3-month for consistency and for stability in the new recreation center. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? See, maybe a question to administration. In terms of the amount of office work to do and install the continuous monthly memberships, do we know, factor in how much time it takes for us to set that up and then discontinue it?
Your worship, certainly with our software, fairly easy for us to set that up and continue to withdraw it, just like any membership that you might have for any service that you currently have yourself personally. It's a form of payment that is put into a system, and unless we tell it to stop that payment, it can continue for a length of time. And a lot of us have probably been caught with payments that we didn't remember we had, and it continues to come. So I think our software can easily do it. In order for us to pause that or change that or adjust that, I don't think the effort on our part would be that large with respect to executing.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, and questions for understanding? Councilor Anderson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The, I guess, piece that I neglected to add a little bit earlier, I think comes down to, you know, the current state of finances for many in our community. We hear lots about fixed incomes and affordability and so on. And this is one of those ones where I think we can provide flexibility. And if residents sign up and decide, you know, the affordability isn't there, I think it's important that we provide that flexibility. And so, you know, despite the conversation at the table, would still be comfortable leaving as it is.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, for sure. I think before we go to your close, I'll support the motion. I think 3 months is relatively fair. I think once we set it up, I think there is a commitment from the member that is getting a monthly continuous membership, is that they do plan to be in the community a little bit longer. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, just reiterating on this, membership options typically provide more savings for a longer commitment. Don't disagree at all in respect to Councillor Anderson's point in regards to affordability. My only thought on that would be then we wipe out the monthly continuous and consider lowering the monthly, because there would be no point in having a monthly continuous if there wasn't a longer commitment held to it. The monthly continuous membership, again, it provides stability for the recreation center in understanding the financial picture and how it goes. It provides a benefit to the resident utilizing it by giving them a financial incentive to commit to a longer period of time. Notwithstanding those who may run into difficulties, I think our administration could probably use judgment if somebody was on a monthly continuous membership and happened to contact because, say, maybe they got laid off or something like that. I think those can be handled in a case-by-case basis. I think administration would have the authority and the ability to determine whether there would or would not be an applicable minimum charge applied circumstance by circumstance. I don't think we can define that in the bylaw.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that is carried.
Yeah, I got two more. Thank you, Your Worship. I'll go to what was listed as motion 3 in my email, please, administration. This is simply that council direct administration to remove the recreation center daily walking admissions category. And I believe that's page 102. It's end of 101, and then part of the reasoning will continue on 102. Thank you, Your Worship. Very simply on this, the difference in price between the walking track single admission and daily admission is marginal at best, and this is just creating more and more membership categories, which from an administrative standpoint for a front desk clerk can become a little bit more and more difficult. We do see, we have our walking track monthly membership of $12, which is the equivalent of only 3 single daily admissions or 4 walking admissions. It's a very, very affordable rate for the walking track monthly, and then even more so affordable if you go to the walking track annual prepay. I believe the cost difference or the admission difference between the daily single admission for the walking track and the general facility daily admission doesn't justify the additional membership category. We offer a great deal on the walking track for monthly. I just think this creates a little bit less clarity when it comes to daily fees. We heard a little bit in regards to the potential policing of it. That is a challenge that the Tri-Leisure faces as well, because the Tri-Leisure does have the walking membership. I would have to double check, but I do not believe the Tri-Leisure offers a daily rate on the walking track. Again, I can't confirm that one because I did not check that one in advance, which is my apologies on that, but I'm about 90% sure there is not a daily walking track membership. There is only a monthly or beyond for the walking track.
Okay, thank you, members of council. Questions, comments, and debates on the motion. Councilor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to administration. Can we just get a brief overview of the current walking rates at Heritage Park, if there are any, or is that something that's free for residents to go and walk in the colder months?
Okay, go ahead.
Your Worship, I'd have to look that up. Off the top of my head, it's not coming to me at this moment, so if you give me a few moments.
Thanks. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, I'll add my 2 cents before we get the information there. I think that's a good point, Councilor Lorry, but I will not support the motion. I think I've been around the block a few times, and a number of residents and seniors especially that want a different rate for the access just to the walking trail so that they're inside and warm instead of having to be outside. Created quite a stir, and then that hence led to the TLCs changing and adding that subcategory to allow members to do that. And I think, as you mentioned, it is a nominal savings, but it is a savings. And especially with today's thing, I definitely would support that reduction for somebody that's willing to go in there to just use the walking track. Administration, have you found out the information?
Point of clarity on that, Your Worship. Just want to provide clarity. I'm not talking about eliminating the walking track discounts across the board, only the removal of the individual walking track single admission. As I mentioned, the TLC does not publish the walking track admission because, again, number one, it is limited in the number of people who actually sign up for it. Number two, they do not offer the daily rate. I'm, again, looking for confirmation on that. I am quite confident that there is not an individual daily walking rate at the Tri-Leisure. You are only able to get a monthly or annual walking membership at the Tri-Leisure. So again, point of clarity, not looking to remove the discount for utilizing of the walking track, only looking to keep alignment with the other paid recreation facility because yes, Heritage Park is free. Yes, during the hours that it's available, Heavy Meadow Place in Spruce Grove is free. Again, looking for more simplicity when it comes to the fee structure, looking for more simplicity when it comes to those who are going to be working the front desk and what they're charging, and looking to have potential of less issues of having to police because somebody walked in and said, oh yeah, I'll take that walking track one, but then decided that they're going to go play pickup basketball instead because they found a loophole that they can exploit.
Okay, go ahead, Administration.
Your Worship, just confirmation at Heritage Park, it's free to walk.
Thank you for
Councilor
that.
Anderson?
Yeah, and if I may, Mr. Mayor, with that being said, with this one in particular, would be more inclined to put a motion forward and still may to reduce the adult cost and even eliminate the child cost to make this more accessible for residents, and will not be supporting the motion that's been put forward.
Okay, members of council, any more questions, comments, debate on the motion? Okay. Go ahead. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
So just for clarity, just the walking track only daily rate?
Yes.
These other ones would continue?
This is just for the day.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just thinking about that. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Councillor Fletchko.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just a little bit of clarity from the council representative. Can you talk to the Tri-Leisure a little bit about how many people actually use or pay for a single day to attend?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. Daily admissions are a relatively decent amount. There's not a lot of data collected around it, but there is a belief that the daily rates are typically non-resident. And so it more be, if there's the hotel, for example, in the parking lot across, you have people who come into the community for work and so on and so forth. But again, all membership categories, with the exception of the walking track at the Tri-Leisure Center, are quite highly subscribed. But there is also a relatively large daily admission category.
Thank you for the clarity.
I can follow up with numbers in the email on my next report.
Thank you. And any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? No. Okay, again, I will not support, and I thank you for the clarity, Councillor, in terms of just the single admission. I believe that it is good to have, especially when we do have visitors that come and visit. If I have somebody's visiting my grandparents, if my grandparents have, for example, a monthly walking track, it's nice that they have a friend that can come use it at a discounted rate. And definitely the amount of conversations we've had regarding the TLC adding the walking track rate itself was the fact that, yes, I have the ability to use the gym. I do have the ability to use all the equipment and all that stuff, but I'm not. I'm just there for the walking track, and that was easily done by having different wristband colors for each area, and then you also had one for the entire things, and they all just went into different shades, but they were all the same color. So I think in terms of policing for our staff, I'm hoping that would be the same. It was just like, I think, for example, if black was walking track, and then it'd be different shades of black for which day it was, that's how you knew if they were there paid or not paid or in the wrong area. So I'll not support it. I think having this category does allow us the versatility to allow just visitors and non-residents that are stopping by to say, hey, let's go and have a walk around the track. And maybe they see it and they want to, when they move here, they want to get memberships. That's awesome. Councillor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate that. Again, I'm not looking at all to devalue the opportunity for people to use the walking track only. Actually, even to Councillor Anderson's point, if there was a motion made on regards to the walking track only monthly or annual prepay and a potential reduction on those, I'd actually consider supporting on it. What I'm stating is that the savings and the difference in respect to a daily admission for a walking track only membership is not substantial or significant enough for the additional administrative requirements of having that rate in place, of having to continuously review that rate every year, of having to have your staff have different codes in a PRU system when they're signing people in and collecting payment at the beginning and dealing with the different colored wristbands and all of those things that you mentioned. There's an absolute value in having a walking track membership at the recreation facility. There's an absolute value in making sure that that rate is reasonably and substantially less than the daily admission rate for the facility, but there's also some point in time where it just becomes too taxing for an administrative reasoning for having something like that. And so You know, whether it was reducing the monthly down to, say, $15 for a senior, or $25 or $20 for an adult, or something like that. Again, I think there's value in that. What I'm saying is, from an administrative perspective, from a review perspective, from an operational perspective, and from frankly, a savings difference between a general admission and a walking admission, it does not categorically make sense to have this in the fees and charges. Appreciate it. I would look for your support on this.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. That is defeated. Do you want to do number three? No, number four.
So this will be number 4 on my email that I sent in, motion number 5 that I'll be making in regards to the fees and charges on this, though. And so the motion is that council direct administration to include a half-field turf rate at 60% the full field rate listed for the recreation center. And that is on the screen. I'll speak to it if allowed, Your Worship.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Simply put, the turf field in our recreation center is approximately equivalent to, if not, I believe, even a little larger than the current turf fields that are at the TransAlta Tri-Leisure Center. It is very, very common for multiple user groups of different associations, different organizations, and frankly, even different sports to be utilizing that turf surface at the same time by renting half of it. It also is much more affordable when it comes to an individual team to renting a turf surface to only rent half, because the turf surface we're installing in this facility does not allow for gameplay in any of the sports in which we'll be utilizing it. So a full field rental is not necessarily required unless they need more space because of numbers of players. The rate reflected at 60% recognizes that the usage of half a field typically comes at a higher rate than the usage of a full field when it's equivalent. But again, we have one turf surface in this facility. If we leave the rate the way that it is, it can only be booked by one user group, be that any one of our local soccer associations, which there are a minimum of 3. In fact, there are several more than that, but most of them are individual, potential private, and so on and so forth, but we don't need to get into that. We have baseball, we have football, we have lacrosse, we have seniors groups, ultimate frisbee, all kinds of different user groups that could book and utilize the space. If we leave the space not able to be delineated, then those user groups have a much more limited opportunity to use the turf space. I do believe that also passing this motion tonight and putting this in the fees and charges bylaw will give administration plenty of leeway, because we're still looking at least 10 months until the facility opens, to determine the best way to delineate the space into 2 halves. Whether that be a drop curtain, whether that be some type of, for instance, in the soccer domes in the city of Edmonton, they have rolling nets that they use, so they're, I think, about 15 or so feet tall, and they're tracked on wheels, and they can simply be wheeled out into the middle of the space to help delineate a space taken off. Because in those facilities, for example, you have one large field that can be delineated and split down to, I believe, 4 fields, and then also have tertiary areas around the perimeter. So the flexibility and the versatility in the turf space, I think, is key, that we ensure that that exists on day one when the recreation center opens. Again, there will be a little bit of extra expense to managing 2 bookings at one time, a little bit of more administration by potentially having more bookings, but we'd probably be more likely to make sure that there were no dark times on the field by having opportunities to have a lesser expense in booking that. And then again, multiple user groups, so on, so forth. I think I've said enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of Council, questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly can appreciate where this is coming from. Over the last couple of motions, though, we've heard about the added administrative costs to having single categories of admissions and so on. This would add a category of rental, but it would also add additional, as was mentioned by the mover of the motion, work potentially for facility staff and so on. Certainly the comment of dark times I can appreciate, but this isn't a private facility that's looking to recoup every dollar, and those dark times could also be referred to as spontaneous use. And so, you know, anytime that field's not fully booked, there's opportunity for, you know, residents to use it. I appreciate that works both ways. If half a field is booked, that the other half does remain available for spontaneous use. But, you know, the idea that, you know, if only one group rents it, only one group can be on it. I've been involved in sport, just as the mover has, and multiple times, multiple groups from the same organization will book a single slot and utilize that with multiple teams. It doesn't need to be separated into two separate rates in that regard, and they could even invite, you know, going back to my youth, other teams to participate to share the cost of that. As had been, you know, mentioned earlier by the general manager in this area, the full field rental is what had been considered by staff and had been put forward, and I'm comfortable with that. And the comment around seeing how that space is utilized with the opportunity to adjust this at a later date if, you know, we need to optimize it. But I'm comfortable with what we have presented to us in our fees and charges bylaw.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay. You know, thank you for bringing this forward. I understand where it's coming from. However, I don't see that as consistent with the rest of our policies. So to administration, in terms of our rentals for the arena, do we have a half rink rental policy? Or do we just allow the, for example, if Stony Plain Minor Hockey had the ice booking for the hour, it was up to them to split it up and do what they wanted, or was it up to staff to split that up and find another community group to use it?
Your Worship, at the Glen Hall Arena, we do not have a half ice rate. Typically, that would be up to the user to determine if they want a half ice or full ice utilization under that scenario. So we do not have that category at the Glen Hall Arena.
Okay, and then my second question is in terms of estimated setup and tear down. We understand, you know, it costs time and staff to tear it up and tear it down and to set it up, and then I'm not sure if we do already have the dividing curtains, because as Councilor already mentioned that we can purchase them or we can purchase rolling ones. Is an additional, if we split it up and we rent both sides for 60%, is that additional 20% covered from the cost of the tear down and setup and everything else that we would require?
Your Worship, a little bit of a challenging question to answer, depending on what divider you would use. If it's simply a motorized one where the curtain comes straight down, you have a person holding a button for a number of minutes, and that's fairly easy. If you have a retractable curtain, that may take a little longer. They don't seem to run as smoothly sometimes over a length of time going back and forth on that particular runner. But certainly, depending on what we pick, it's likely not a huge task. Again, the rate's not there because we don't know if someone will book it for half. And that's probably likely when we determined what the rates, the first round of rates that we're proposing to council. It's based on what's likely to happen at the facility, and we can adjust the rates based on what we know is happening at the facility in future years. So likely why there's not a half field rate included in the first round of proposed rates to council.
Okay.
Your Worship, if I may weigh in a little bit here, I think council needs to maybe perhaps take a step back here. What we're talking about now is programming. We're getting right into how are we going to program this facility. It's 10 months out. I know when we talk about it internally, these rates are set. You know, we're looking to attempt at some degree of cost recovery. And Your Worship, when we talk about this internally, we want that place to get worn out. We want as many people coming through the doors as possible. We want to replace that turf after 2 years because it's so busy. The reality is we don't know exactly how that'll look or what that'll be, but that's the goal. Some commentary about free time or free use or whatever. That's certainly been part of our internal conversations too. And how does that look and how does that balance out? I mean, these rates, they're set to be somewhat comparable and to achieve, to work towards some understood cost recoveries as we start to operate the facility. That's as we develop them out and as we look to open the doors, these are conversations that we'll continue to have. I'll stop there, Your Worship, but respectfully, we're not programming the facility tonight. We're looking to set some basic rates that we're able to work within for whether it's the first 3 months or 12 months, but I'm sure we'll be back in the room after that.
Okay. Thank you for commentary. Councilor Pacheco.
Just a little bit of comment. Thank you, Your Worship. Tend to agree with what I just heard. I think what we want to see is this recreation facility used to the point where we're actually looking to figure out how we're going to have to replace certain things within the fields and stuff like that. One of the things that I'm concerned with when I read this is, it gives us the opportunity, I think, to actually do what he just said it was going to do. It actually gives us the opportunity to use every ounce of that arena recreation facility as we need to do by waiting a year. And I get we're not into the programming side of it, and I'm not trying to be on the program side of it all. I'm just trying to figure out what's the best. And, as I listened here today, the best is some cost recovery. This facility does have to have a cost recovery. Otherwise, our community will fund 100% of it, and we might as well get rid of all of the fees that we're talking about today. This gives us one more opportunity, and it could just be a simple miss on administration's part because we don't have the curtain there today. And I think this gives us the opportunity to actually have the recreation facility used to its max. If we find that it's only being rented hourly, in a year's time, we can change it back to having a full field. At this point in time, it's just an opportunity for us to be able to look at it and be able to use it to its max. And I think that's some of the things that Councilor Laurie has brought forward today. Not all of us have to agree upon that, but when we talk about it, administration just told us we need to look after some of the fees that are needed to be covered as we go through this. So unless the wisdom of this council really convinces me different, that we're not trying to recoup a little bit of this cost, I think this is a good portion of what will look to be 100% utilization in a recreation facility. And if we can get it at 100%, guys, we'll have the opportunity to add to this recreation facility in a very short period of time. So keep that in mind when you're putting your hand up too today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I'm not looking for like a specific number. I'm just curious if, since we haven't contemplated this, what would curtains or any dividing device that we did ultimately settle on, would that be a significant cost, or, I mean?
Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor Meyer, at this point, I can't give you a cost. It's not included in the current capital project. So to include it in the project as it stands today, it would be a change order, and we'd have to get some costing and analyze what that might look like. Again, it would depend on what type of curtain we used, whether it be motorized or just a cable that you pull across. So we would certainly get costing, and we would certainly look at what that looked like, but it's not included in the current program of construction, so it would be a change order.
Councilor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment to the motion. I deeply respect the town manager's comment of making sure that we're, in a sense, staying in our lane. In terms of my thoughts on this as a professional in the community, as a mom in the community, I actually would appreciate that I would have this option to be able to rent this in a smaller capacity. And so whether it's determined on our side or whether that's taken back through administration, I do think that this is a positive and will help us to see the user rate increase, because the cost of the full use of the turf may be a hindrance to people. So having this option allows us to have that potential to have it used.
Thank you. I'm moving over to Councilor Pacheco.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I want to deviate just a tiny bit when I talk about costs associated with a curtain. When we set up the funding for the recreation facility, was there not a contingency plan in there so that if there was some added thoughts along the way, you had a bit of a contingency to be able to do that? And I'm just wondering, has that been used to its full max yet?
Okay, administration.
Your worship, through to Councillor Pletchko, certainly any project that the town does, there's a contingency. Our hope is not to spend the contingency. Certainly, things do happen from time to time with a project, and that contingency fund allows us the opportunity to put things into contract that perhaps we were missed and they were critical to the completion of the project. So where are we at with that? Are we fully spent? We're not. Project is only 30% complete at this point, so we have a long ways to go with the project. Do I anticipate us spending the full contingency? I do not. But again, a $42 million project, if we can, any amount of money that we can put back and not draw on a debenture is a positive to the project at the end of the day. Is this expense going to be a material expense? I don't think so, but again, we have to do our due diligence to cost it and understand what that cost would be.
Thank you for the comment.
Yeah, Your Worship, sorry, I'll jump in a bit on that one too. So not going to speak directly to capital cost, but you know, the other learning I think we took away from both the pavilion originally and then Heritage Park being opened was a little bit of that, like we didn't know what we didn't know, and the community showed up and they started using it, and we had to be flexible, you know, to what we wanted to do after that. You know, it's a piece of, you know, best laid plan. Hopefully we're 80% close to, you know, what the community is going to want to be wanting out of that facility. But, you know, I mean, keeping our minds open and potentially, you know, understanding that there might be some other costs that come along to frankly just adjust to what the community is using it for and what they want to use it for and how.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments, debate on the motion? Okay. Thank you for the commentary, and thank you, Councilor, for bringing it up. And I think that provides some good commentary. I think I could support this maybe in a year or two, but however, not right now. We already know that the facility has already been constructed, designed as it is. We have a expected opening date of October of 2026. So that means all these fees will not come into place until at least then. I'd like to see at least how our community interacts it, uses it for a couple months, and maybe then, if there is a need, definitely administration will provide that back to us in terms of the changes in the next fees and charges, which would be December of 2026, and maybe there isn't, right? And I have to go again, just refer to the fact that we do not have these half fees for Heritage Park. We don't have a half rental fee for Spruce Grove Hall, even though it could be divided up. Okay? Didn't see that there. Okay, but for the ice and the stuff that we do have, we don't have that. So I think I would not vote in favor of this, and then let's see how the community uses it first before we actually make the changes. Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I got a lot to close on here because there's been a lot of conversation about this. First and foremost, we don't need to talk about a change order or anything crazy like that, especially as you said about making sure that we're flexible and ensuring that we understand what the facility may look like and all those kind of things. As I said, there are very simple, portable solutions, which are essentially poles on a wheeled base with a netting that can be rolled across the space. $600 is the expense for that. Found one in 2 minutes by going online. We don't need a multi-thousands of dollars power divider curtain installed in the ceiling with a change order to a contractor. If we determine that this is the best way going forward for this space and we need something to that level, then we can install it. But as I said, there are multiple of these facilities that operate out there right now with that very simplistic piece of equipment to divide the space. So we don't need a change order, we don't need any crazy expense, anything like that. And again, the additional labor and the additional challenge to staff to do that is as long as it takes them to walk across the field. It is a very, very limited time. You mentioned arenas, that's perfect. I can appreciate that. One of the biggest challenges with arenas is that you have to use the ice resurfacer and you have to resurface the ice after every single rental. After every use, they resurface that ice. So what would the surface of the ice be like if only half of the ice got skated on and they brought the ice resurfacer out? you would actually have a difference in thickness potentially even on that ice, because there would be areas where the ice gets chewed up and the resurfacer comes in and takes that off and puts a new layer of water down at an area that had previously been flooded and gone over by an ice resurfacer. So there's many very detailed reasons as to why we do have and why we don't have for some. What I am saying is that we have a very specific space here. It's a very expensive space to rent the whole thing. For some reason, we don't apply this same belief to all the hardwood surface in the facility. We do delineate the hardwood surface in this facility to smaller areas that can be used, all the way down to the size of a pickleball court that you could rent for $21 during prime time. And yet we're saying for the turf, there's no delineating the size down whatsoever, even though it's not designed for any one particular sport with any particular set of lines. And the minimum you're going to pay in prime time is $95, even if all you have is 5 kids for a birthday party. There is a comment made about the same sporting organization using both sides and paying the half-field rate. That would not be the case whatsoever, because those are booked by that sporting association. If there are 2 teams, in fact, this works very well for sporting associations because they do book the full field to commit to the full field. They get the lower rate for the full field, and then they program it. They could program it for 4 teams if they wanted to. A mini program for soccer, I'll tell you, you could have 100 kids on that space and they will pay one price to rent the full thing. What I'm saying is we don't have any options for people to do anything different for a more affordable and reasonable rate. Vice versa, gain the ability to use it, the want to make sure that that facility gets used. Well, if we have one booking for 5 kids that get the whole turf, well, how many spontaneous users are walking in that door that might want to kick a ball, throw a frisbee, chuck a football, chuck a baseball, that can't now? Because that space is booked by somebody else. When we have a very easy and very simple solution that could allow half of it to be booked by somebody and generate revenue, and half of it to be available for spontaneous use. The other factor, and again, try not to necessarily go too far down the road of programming, is we are opening this at the beginning of what is an indoor season for all of these sports. They don't plan their season by the month, by the week, by the day. They plan their season by the season. So this will be what they look at for the entirety from the day that facility opens until the spring and summertime when all those sports go back outside. That will determine how they book this. That will determine how we determine the allocation to all of those user groups who are demanding and needing space. What I am proposing is the standard when it comes to turf surfaces in recreation facilities across the board. They provide the options for the delineated spaces and the smaller spaces in recognition of cost, in recognition of size, in recognition of need. This is a simple solution and a simple option to make sure that this is utilized to the best of its ability the day it opens. I'm not saying that there won't be proposed changes 6 months, 10 months, 12 months down the road. But what I am saying is if it's going to cost us, let's say $1,000 for a rolling curtain or a rolling net, and it's going to take our staff 5 minutes to walk that across the field, but it's going to give an opportunity for a whole heck of a lot more people to book this. It's going to give an opportunity for more spontaneous use to be left available for the community. It's going to give an opportunity for 2 separate user groups to use it at the same time without having to have volunteer board of directors contact other volunteer board of directors to try and determine who's booking it and if you're sharing space and how much they're charging you and deal with cash exchange when we already have all of that set up. This is a super simple way to deal with all that. Very strongly encourage all of council to support this unanimously.
Thank you for your closing. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Okay, that was the 5 members council. We've had that. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Oh, before we go, sorry, administration. So this is a clerical error that we can just change without having any motion. So the center is TRE. I think Councillor Lori had ER there. And So it's just a clerical change that does not need to be motion, so I didn't bring it up until now, because it's all the same. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, debate on the fees and charges? Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I did not provide this in advance, so I apologize to administration for that. Sorry, I'm just going to switch screens here back to where we are. Page 101. Just looking at the definition of family, and sort of as I've alluded to a couple of times throughout the evening, the definition of family today is very fluid. I looked at the Tri-Leisure Centre, and for monthly passes, certainly this, as presented with the 2 adults and 3 children or youth, would align. But further down, when we look at annual and monthly continuous, there's a contingency there of a discounted rate for family members, because they're not all sort of one size fits all. Now, I believe because there was already a motion to add monthly family passes here for continuous a little bit earlier, I can't speak to this holistically, but maybe we can look at the definition of family. And so the motion that I would like to make is that we define family under our recreation center admissions, and so this would apply in a couple of different places, daily admissions and 10-visit pass, to be defined as 2 people and the children and youth of the immediate family residing in the same household. And I can say that again, that family be defined as 2 people, 18 and over, and the children, youth of immediate family residing in the same household.
Can I ask a point of clarity, Your Worship?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm looking at the alignment of the fees and the terminology used in the fees. Would it not be clearer to state 2 adults or seniors and 3 children or youth?
That would not be the intent of the motion. I think some families can be an adult and 4 children. And as this is written, it would be an adult and only up to 3 children with an additional fee for the 4th. And so the intention here is to allow 2 adults and then the children within that family to participate in a family pass at the recreation center.
Okay, I'll save my other comment then until debate.
Thank you. I'll wait till we get it on the board there. There it is.
Perfect, thank you. And so
Go
some
ahead.
specific verbiage here. The 2 people, you know, I think we often will have 2-parent households, and that mimics the 2 adults here. But again, the children and youth of the immediate family could extend beyond, and we could have 6, we could have 1 adult and 4 children, and so on. You know, we've compared ourselves a lot to the Tri-Leisure Centre, and when it comes to ongoing memberships, those continuous memberships, they actually have a caveat that you pay full price membership for an adult, and then everybody else is at a discount. So that could be 1 adult, 1 child, it could be 1 adult, 2 children, it could be 1 adult, 3 children, and so on. Because council has passed an amendment this evening already to add those monthly continuous, I don't think I can make the motion to change that holistic definition at this point, but we can change the definition in regards to you know, the family, and then we can reconsider what that may look like in a year's time. I did jump on to St. Albert's as well to look at Service Place. And that's where that, specific verbiage came from in terms of how they've defined family. And again, 2 people, children of youth of that immediate family residing in the same household. And so I think to be considerate of the modern family, if you will, that we need to broaden a little bit our definition here. Two parents, 2 kids is often seen as that nuclear family, but we know that that's not the reality today. And so I would like to see this adjusted to better reflect the realities of our community.
Thank you. Members of council, questions, comments, and debate on the motion. Councilor Niebergall, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment here that the Tri-Leisure Center for passes and admissions actually states that it is for up to 2 adults and 3 children / youth for the passes admissions. If you are doing the annual or the monthly continuous memberships, then they make that delineation there. Yeah, I am having some food for thoughts right now on this where, yeah, I'm not sure where I'm headed, but just a clarification there. Thank you.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, and that was the intent of what I said when I had mentioned that we had already passed the motion on the monthly and monthly continuous, that I can't actually make a motion to copy something like the Tri-Leisure because we've already added those in, and that was in recognition of the 2 different fee structures at the Tri-Leisure. So again, the intention of this is strictly to redefine what we have currently as family in the fees and charges bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Lorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to talk this out a little bit and mull it over here because, the way that this is written, I definitely would not support it because it doesn't reflect, volume numbers, so on and so forth. It talks about 2 people over 18, and yet there was a reference of single-parent households on it. Completely support the idea. Now, this, in comparison to some of the other conversations that have gone on, this is one of those ones where we do have the benefit of time. Because really, these memberships likely won't be sold until much, much closer to opening versus organizations who are starting to plan programming 6, 8, 10 months out. I appreciate Councillor Anderson bringing this forward. This does appear to be something that may have been amiss when going through. It might be a good reason as to maybe why there weren't family in that sense listed under the monthly and the continuous versus a family, 10 pass versus a membership. Again, I don't think I could support this as it is. I'm going to maybe put this to Councillor Anderson and let him percolate over it and see, because I'm wondering if he would consider withdrawing this motion and changing it to directing administration to bring back options in respect to family memberships or multi-member household memberships by the end of Q2, in where we could then analyze, understand, get more information, more details, see what other facilities are offering, and then make an amendment to the fees and charges bylaw at that time prior to the facility opening and selling the memberships.
Appreciate where my council colleagues coming from. I would not remove this from the table. I'd like to keep the motion as is. The comment of see what others are offering, this again comes directly from a regional facility and the verbiage that they've included, and we've also highlighted a colleague as well this evening that there is a variation in the Tri-Leisure's fees that allows for families of different makeups, that it's not specific to 2 and 3. The comment I heard about limits on people, 2 people over 18 is the adult piece, but this does allow a single mom to have 4 kids, or a single dad to have 4 kids under this, or even 5 kids potentially. And at that point, I would be comfortable not collecting revenue on the 4th kid. And you see that in different places where the more children there are, the come at a reduced rate. And I think again, as it's written, accomplishes my intention this evening.
No, I appreciate Councillor Answer's consideration of that. For many factors, I won't support this the way that it's written, mostly for the fact that many of those combinations would actually be much cheaper than the family membership. This is still delineating two people 18 and over, and so does not recognize a single-parent household, unless the fact that they have an adult child still residing at home. So I don't think that aligns with what I'm hearing the request is. I think we have a great opportunity for administration to bring us more information back long before these memberships would be sold. I think, as was mentioned, there's a great, I would actually be more inclined to support what the Tri-Leisure does offer, where you have your first membership and every other member of that household, regardless of their age, gender, et cetera, receives a 15% discount on their membership rate. I think that would be a much fairer model that I could probably support right out of the gates today. But this, again, is recognizing more of that standard typical family of two people over 18 years of age. It's not necessarily allowing, and a lot of those other circumstances would be cheaper, whereas the way that the family memberships are set up at the TLC, it reflects a savings for that membership regardless of what the makeup of the family is, whereas this does not. So I can't support this one as is.
So can I ask a point of procedure, Mr. Mayor, through you to administration? I did prefer the Tri-Leisure's wording as well, but because we already passed a motion to include family in the additional categories for membership, that type of motion would actually supersede something that's already been passed by council this evening. And so the reason I went with this particular verbiage was to take that into consideration for this evening while still allowing flexibility to families. And so the point of procedure is can that motion, as described by my colleague, actually be made this evening with the previous motion that's been approved?
Thank you. So I'll go to administration in terms of that, because I do believe that we do have a motion to add family, but I think we can get around this by making a motion to define what family is.
Well, but that's the intent of what I'm doing, and you know, even if it said up to two individuals, and you know, the children in the immediate household does actually allow for one. It doesn't have to be two people. It could be one and the children residing in that home, and so it's not exclusive. So the intent here was to define family to be inclusive of additional children in the household.
Point of clarity, Your Worship, a motion to refer this back to administration for them to bring this back to council would give us the opportunity to contemplate that and make that decision at that time. It would just leave us not trying to scramble to figure out how to do it tonight.
It's not a point of clarity. You can make the motion.
Point of order, Mayor. Point of order. This is a bit of a debate between two individuals. We've debated this a fair bit.
Yes, administration, so in terms of the order of motions that come forward, if a motion came to that, does that supersede the one that we added family to earlier?
Thank you, through your worship, to all of council. It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we don't have family defined in our fees and charges bylaw at this time. So the motion that came forward earlier that changed the family monthly pass is a bit elusive because we haven't defined family. So should council wish to put a motion forward to define family now, my take would be that it would not necessarily impact that first motion because we don't have it defined at this point.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just an additional point then. The motion earlier was to add family at a specific cost into the bylaw. And the idea of, that was sort of presented that the Tri-Leisure uses, would alter that cost to say the first individual at the full rate with a reduction in cost for additional family members, which would actually change the original motion that council had already passed.
Administration, can we just hold on a second? Okay, so looking at that, in terms of family, I think on page 101, there is family as there's brackets that says 2 adults and 3 children or youth, so that is defined. So I think the point is to, I think Councillor Anderson is trying to increase the number of children or youth within the family unit. So is that 5, 6? Like, I think that leaves the thing is like, who resides in that premises, is that considered family? Okay, so I'm going to let you guys mull over that. Councillor Loyens, you had your hand up now, so go there, then we have Councillor Nyberg, and then we have Councillor Pletchko. And the debate is on,
The debate is on 2 people 18 or over and children and youth of the immediate family residing in the same household.
yes, without the numbers, yes.
Okay. My struggle is the word immediate family. Immediate family, for example, Councillor Pletchko, I'm going to pick on you for a second. You and Laura take responsibility or guardianship over Remy and Walker. Those are not your immediate family. Your immediate family is Ashley, right, and Braden. So by definition, you still would not qualify for a family pass, even though you reside in the same household, because they are not classified as your immediate family. And then what happens in the multi-generation family where Councillor Pletchko, his loving wife Laura, daughter Ashley, and 2 grandchildren live together? Does that allow for Councillor Pletchko and Ashley as the 18 and older, and Remy and Walker to use the family pass? Or where does that complication lie? Because we are defining it as an immediate family. Then you bring into question about blended families or separated families. So now you have a child, split custody, who does fall under the under 18, but primary resident is with mom, dad's buying the pass. How does that work? To me, there's way too many variables when it comes to defining the immediate family as it is listed in the motion presented to us.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Moving on to Councillor Niebergall.
Thank you, Worship. I wanted to see it again, but I think I got it in my head. 2 things. First being, any chance that we have to be able to get people out and active, I 100% will support. So if families are inhibited by the cost of numerous children, and a hybrid membership of something like this allows them to use our facility, I do support that. I do wonder about the logistics of the managing of the households. And I would suspect that our counterparts that we're looking at probably have some sort of procedure in terms of policing who's in what household. I think we would just need a little bit more information in there. But I would support this, even speaking to the up to, as long as we're clear on how we would manage the ensuring who's in what household.
Thank you for your comments. Going to Councillor Pletchko.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. As I sit here this evening listening to a great debate on what a family looks like today, I even hear a little bit of contradiction coming from some of the people at the council table today in what that looks like and what you're trying to achieve in the motion forward. I think this is really something that needs to go back to administration, because I'd really hate for something to get shot down tonight or approved when we still don't have all the facts in front of us. I think there's a real good way for us to determine, one of the comments was made that, maybe there's 1 adult and 4 children. The way this sits today, it doesn't cover all 4 children. So it's 2 adults, 2 people. And 3 children.
No.
Well, and children. And so I'm not convinced that what I see in front of us today covers that. If it was a mention of 5 people in all-inclusive, because that's what we're really talking about is 5 people, that might be something more easier to handle. But I've heard a lot of different views on what we're thinking each one of this is tonight. So might suggest that that goes back to administration, and I would be able to support a motion going back to administration with some real thought process coming forward and defining how that family looks like, because you're right, family today is way different than what we knew it years ago. So good points, thank you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, so I'm just going to make a decision here on my own motion. I think the intent here is to allow family to participate. As it's written, it's 2 adult, 3 children. Like, the arguments that have been made about who is that could be numerous. And the only intent of the motion was to remove the 3 and have it open-ended if there were additional children in that family, with the understanding that this facility is not going to open until October, and the fees and charges are going to be back in council by December. I'm not interested in referring this back to administration to add to their workload when the only intent of the motion was to allow families with more than 3 children to access the facility. And so I will wait 1 calendar year, and I will bring the motion back next year. And so I will withdraw the motion that is on the table.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. I think there was a little bit of confusion here, so I think I heard there's a limit. So the limit was what's in the fees and charges. I think the motion was to remove that limit.
Yeah, I've removed the motion. So if someone wants to put it back, you can have that discussion, but I'm going to ask that that motion is withdrawn.
Point of procedure.
Okay, with that withdrawal, Councilor Laurie.
Your Worship, just a question to administration on procedure here. The fees and charges bylaw is a very, very comprehensive document and has multiple sections. What we're talking about is one specific section that won't even be applicable, as was mentioned, until October of this coming year. Understanding that we like to try to only bring the fees and charges bylaw into chambers once a calendar year. Is there an option to refer only that portion of the fees and charges bylaw back to administration to bring recommendations forward to council? Like, there's been some great debate around here today, but there's been a lot of questions. And there are a lot of questions that aren't answered. There's a lot of uncertainty in comparisons, where rates came from, who they apply to, and so on and so forth. I believe council receiving a presentation on a rate model for the recreation facility in a GNP meeting would be incredibly beneficial to council, which from that, council could make recommendations, suggestions, and so on and so forth for administration to then bring a comprehensive recreation center fee schedule forward to be added to the fees and charges bylaw. Like, this is not something that has to be in there January 1 of this year. So is it possible, since this exists within a bylaw, to refer only this portion back? Or would we have to make an amendment to remove the recreation center fees from this bylaw, and then another motion to have administration bring forward a presentation of the recommended fees for information, which would turn into a future business item?
Administration, I think there's always the possibility of having a motion to take this out or to actually bring it back a little bit later on. However, I would say that I would not support that, considering that, Councilor, you've already had 5 motions to make changes to adjust this, if that was, and then we have another. So I think right now we're hung up on a couple of small points. And we just heard from Councilor Anderson, he's more than willing to live with what has been said there in terms of a family from 2 adults to 3 children, and then he can bring that back another time. Okay? So I do not see a need for us to send him back in terms of define what a family looks like right now.
No, appreciate that, Your Worship. Thank you very much. The answer to the point of procedure wasn't necessarily given. I can appreciate that. My motions only came forward because we're sitting here 10 months out trying to debate the fees without a lot of information in front of us as to what we're debating and deciding them on. So unfortunately, feeling that this was the only opportunity to make those changes, I put them forward. But in reality, we do have a significant period of time to still consider this. It doesn't have to be included in the fees and bylaws package that we're going to approve tonight, and it could be brought back. But hey, if we want to move it forward tonight as it is, I'm more than happy to continue forward with that.
Thank you, appreciate that. Members of Council, any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion on the fees and charges? Seeing none, Deputy Mayor, you have the floor. Deputy Mayor?
Yep, sorry, that's me. And it's the chair. I
It is
get
the chair.
not the
You-
floor.
You have the floor, you manage the
Okay,
floor.
I'm taking the chair. Do you have a motion you'd like to make?
Yes, thank you very much. I think I sent my thoughts and my motion to administration, and it also goes back to the earlier conversation that council raised and also Councilor already mentioned, is in terms of the renewing memberships for residents as well, in terms of intermediate B and juniors. I think in the previous reiteration, there was a discount, page 104. So my motion is that we reduce the renewing members and resident fees for the golf course for Inter B, which is age 19 to 25, from $2,000 to $1,900. And also reduce the junior, age 10 to 18, to $525.
All right, we'll just get that up there. Would you like to speak to that?
Sure, thank you very much. And definitely, I think the conversation around the table in terms of fees and structures, as mentioned and pointed out by Councilor Pletchko, that there is a discount for local and residents and renewing members. The commentary was that they do get a reduction because the fact that they're local residents and also they're renewing the membership. So definitely having those fees to be the same as new members doesn't fit that kind of philosophy. So having that reduction from 2,000 to 1,900 reduces it slightly, but still allows the increase of the fees to address the cost, and also with Junior B as well, but still giving that small reduction for a resident and renewing member.
All right, opening the floor for questions of clarity.
525.
Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Simply, I would support this. I was kind of surprised to see the fee structure change as to where the junior in particular did not receive a discount for that continuing. I will say I'm a little challenged still on this and residents change. I'm not 100% sure where it lies because we have our 18-hole green fees and you don't get a benefit by being a resident if you're paying a full price 18-hole green fee. So again, this is another area where I don't know that there was enough detail and explanation brought forward in the reason behind the change and why the change was being made, what the benefit was, how it would impact us. We asked for specific information in regards to how many members were local. I know we limit our memberships. I think our memberships sell out. I don't know off the top of my head that number. Again, on premise, I'll support it, and we're obviously not referring anything back, and these fees are going to come into play a lot quicker. So I think your worship brings forward a good point on this, and I'm happy to support.
Okay, thank you for those comments, and I didn't hear a question in there, so I'll go to Councilor Anderson. No? Going around the table. Would you like to close, Mayor?
Just call the question.
Question, okay. All those in favor? And looks like that carried. Would you like the chair back?
Thank you. I assume the chair. Thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, with that, it's been a long time. Councilor Niebergall, would you like to read your motion?
Through your worship, if I may, we're just going to, this will be as amended.
Yes. Yes. Yes, Councilor Niebergall, as you were the original mover of it, so it would be as amended.
Thank you, Worship. Nothing to add at this time.
Okay. Thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to second reading. Councilor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council give second reading to bylaw 2732/G/25.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions, comments, and debate on second reading? Again, thank you very much for members of council for that vigorous conversation, and definitely looking forward to seeing how these fees and charges work. Call the question. All in favor? Okay. And that is carried. Okay, Okay, moving on, since administration is recommending all three readings, it needs unanimous consent of all members of council. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. The town council give unanimous consent to consider third reading the bylaw 2732/G/25.
Call the question, all in favor? That is carried. Okay, and moving back to Councilor Pletchko for third reading, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The town council give third reading to bylaw 2732/G/25.
Okay, members of council, any questions, comments, and debate on third reading? Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to reflect and thank administration for all the hard work that goes into this fees and charges bylaw. But with that, I do want to note that over the years, this has expanded quite significantly. I know it actually came into existence because it was an amalgamation of many other areas where fees and charges were. I think we're starting to see that there's some ripples and some wrinkles in certain areas that may be worthwhile considering pulling out of the overarching fees and charges bylaw and maybe worthy of standing on their own in either a schedule or underneath their own bylaw. So just a little bit of feedback for consideration as we move forward.
Thank you. Members of council, any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? See done, call the question, all in favor? That is carried. And let's move on to number 9 is business items. Let's take a recess and then we'll come back and deal with business items. Thank you.
We're going to have to do a motion.
With the beef and cream? Okay, welcome back. Council's return to finish the agenda tonight. We're looking at number 9 to business items. So 9.1 is the corporate plan for 2026-2028. And this is cleaned up from the conversation that we had on November 17th and 18th. So go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. For Council's consideration and approval this evening is the 2026 to 2028 corporate plan. Following the corporate plan meetings held on November 17th and 18th, the plan was revised as per Council's direction to advance a community and social development staff position from 2027 to 2026 and include the funding requests from external agencies as outlined in the agenda lead sheet on page 161. Additionally, with the revised plan, a few errors were corrected to ensure accuracy. Administration is requesting Council approval with a recommended motion that includes the 2026 operating revenues, expenses, unfunded amortization, capital budget, and transfers to and from reserves, and acceptance in principle of the 2027 and 2028 aspects of the corporate plan. Finally, Your Worship, the development of the corporate plan combines the guidance from Council with contributions and efforts from members of the administration across the organization. Their knowledge and recommendations are valued and appreciated. We look forward to putting the resources from the corporate plan into action in 2026 for the benefit of our Stony Plain residents and businesses. Thank you, Your Worship, and would welcome any questions from Council at this time.
Thank you very much. Members of Council, any questions, comments? Questions for clarity reading the corporate plan? Nope. See none, and I have to echo the same sentiments there from the General Manager is to thank all staff members that have been involved. As we know from the process, it takes quite a few months, almost 11 months to get to this point, and having that input from our staff to how best provide the services that currently your residents rely on, and then also to enhance those services for current residents and future residents. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the 2026 budget comes, and then also then the increases and then the changes to service levels over the next couple of years. With that, I'll go over to Councillor Laurie. Just going back to my list, I have so many names.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the Town Council approve the 2026 to 2028 corporate plan, including one, operating revenue of $58,052,834 and expenses, of $52,210,776 and unfunded amortization in the amount of $9,017,628 for 2026, $672 for 2026. Number 2, capital budget of $33,919,319, including $19,920,000 in contributed tangible capital assets for 2026. 3, transfers to reserves of $4,704,749 and transfers from reserves of $2,183,831. And 4, accept in principle the items identified within the plan for 2027 and 2028.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Laurie. I know that was a mouthful with a lot of numbers, so appreciate that. Members of Council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just thank you to administration for bringing this forward. I do want to point out just a quick clerical note on page 45 of the plan, 207 of the agenda package, just the spelling of recreation under the service change 0.84%. We have a spelling error there.
Thank you. It's a clerical one. Staff can make that change. Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Any other questions, comments, debate? Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering if administration can give a high-level overview as to how this will be communicated out to residents.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councilor Laurie and all of Council, a communications plan has been developed for the corporate plan. Includes information that will be posted, obviously, on our website, as well as augmented through communications through our social media outlets, and a news release tomorrow that will be issued as meeting highlights for this council meeting. Typically, our information extends out into the public, into our social media channels, into the new year, just prior to where we would begin the process again for 2027. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councilor Laurie?
Thank you. Just wondering if that communication will include any information about these essentially being, they're set, but they are dependent on the assessment values and taxation assessment notices that residents will receive in spring adjustments. Like, is there more so wondering what type of definition will be included in there so that residents understand that while we have set the corporate plan today, there's still another process that must occur in the springtime before this will be finalized as to what that rate will actually be and what their tax bill for the following year will be.
Good. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Laurie, yes, we do include information that it indicates that the assessment value does factor in and that the tax rate is set in the springtime. However, the corporate plan does provide an expectation of what the anticipated municipal tax impact will be to residents as well as the utility rates. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the last question on that, when we do send out the tax assessment notices, we send that nice little pamphlet that has the great breakdown with the pie chart and shows where all that money goes. Is that something that can be made available and can be included in the communications at this time as well?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Laurie. Typically, we would do that breakdown that you're speaking of with the tax rate approval in the spring. At this point in time, we speak more specifically about what has been approved within the corporate plan at a high level, as well as the anticipated impact that residents will receive related to their taxes, the change, and the utility rates as well. So once the tax rate is set in the spring, then we will be able to give a more definitive understanding of where the allocation of tax resources will go within the service areas defined in that manner. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Anything else?
Thank you. Actually, I think it confused me a little bit more because in the way that I asked previously about the process when we come back to actually set the tax rate with assessment and so on and so forth, it sounded like we were saying that the decision on the corporate plan has been made. This is the, there will be the minor adjustments. But then in relation to providing that visual breakdown of where tax dollars go and how tax dollars are used and allocated within the town wouldn't be able to be provided until later because there's still a significant decision point in the process. So I'm just, again, in trying to provide multiple ways of communication to residents in both written, visual, and so on, I'm just trying to understand if there would be an opportunity to use that tool that we include in the taxation notice at the same time that we release the corporate plan decision to show residents how the distribution of collected taxes is allocated within the town of Stony Plain.
Go ahead, Administration.
I'll do my best to answer your question and provide you with the clarity. So at this juncture, the information that we share publicly is, of course, the corporate plan in and of itself. We highlight the change, the increase in the actual tax rate, in the tax rate impact, so the 4.74% increase. We also communicate the impact directly to the residents in terms of what they will see as an anticipated dollar value impact on their tax bill based on an assessment value of $400,000, as well as the utility rate changes that are embedded within the corporate plan. And then we also speak to the specific projects that the corporate plan approves. In the spring, when council approves the tax rate bylaw, we also have within that information at that time the specific impacts to where the allocation of tax dollars will go specifically to municipal service delivery, as well as the provincial education tax rate, and the other levies, for example, the Meridian Housing Levy. So there's a level of accuracy of the overall distribution of the tax collected within the property taxes at that juncture, and that is when we would give that level of information out to the public. I hope that clarifies.
Thank you. And so the only final question then, because you mentioned it in there as well, is included in our municipal tax bill is the provincial education property tax. And while it is a separate line item in that bill, it is not impacted by this 4.74%. Is there communication within the release that will come out for the corporate plan to identify that this 4.74% is only for the municipal portion, and the province of Alberta intends to increase the municipal education property tax by, I believe it's 14% this year?
Okay, go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, we intend to include that the municipal tax, property tax that has been approved through the corporate plan at this juncture does not include the provincial property tax, as well as the other levies that have yet to be defined that would be included in the annual tax bill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, seeing none. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried.
I move that town council extend past 10 o'clock.
Members of council, as through our procedure bylaw, any meetings that go past 5 hours needs a motion to extend. So, and we need 3/4 of council to agree. Call the question. All in favor? Yeah. Thank you, it's unanimous. Move on to 9.2. This is the RCMP municipal stats, and going over to Councillor Niebergo. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that Town Council accept the January to October 2025 RCMP crime statistics report for information.
Thank you, and that was a very informative presentation by the inspector and the constable as well. I think with what they were doing with the specialized unit, I think will pay huge dividends for our community down the stretch. Members of council, any questions, comments to administration? Oh, thank you. Any debate on the motion to accept for information? See none? Okay, call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, moving on to number 10. So this is council discussion. So this is time that council can bring up issues that they've heard from other residents, stakeholders that they want to share with members of council, or anything that's happening on their committees and boards that they like to highlight for us as well, and also to administrative staff. Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to just put it out there that we still have 2 weeks of our farmers market. They don't close until December 20th, as well as starting in the new year, January 6th to March 26th at Heritage Park is our indoor walking, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays from 9 to 10. And as previously discussed, that is a free event to walk at. Through you to administration, I was curious with the cooler weather coming up in the next week or so, do we have any of our warming spots starting up, or what is the plan moving forward with that?
Okay. To the general manager, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Loynes. We have warming spaces available if people need to access it through the Westview Health Centre. We also work with Spruce Grove to access warming spaces that are available in that community.
And the last thing for me, Your Worship, is Merry Christmas to everybody and Happy New Year. And don't forget about Family Fest on the 31st from 6 to 9 at Heritage Park.
Thank you. Councillor Niebergo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to highlight that Memorial Composite High School and the Skydancer Indigenous Cultural Society did host a market on the 29th at Memorial that was very well attended. Additionally, Stony Plain Minor Hockey hosted their U13 tournament this past weekend, taking over Glen Hall and the Tri-Leisure Center for the entire weekend. Shout out to all the sponsors, multi-level sponsors that make that event successful. Additionally, a big thank you to all the volunteers just on the tournament side, as well as the team volunteers. And additionally, maybe it's not well known that all the referees during this tournament, they volunteer their time. So they give back to our organization. So shout out to them. And I do have a concern about transit that I am in conversation with a resident about, just in terms of booking and miscommunication, et cetera, but I don't have enough details to comment further on that, but I will report back once I have more information.
Okay, thank you. If you have that, you can please send an email to the general manager and CC the town manager and myself, and we'll get the ball rolling on that. Councilor Anderson?
Nothing for me this evening.
Councilor Pletchko?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just a friendly reminder that the Kinsmen are still taking donations, and the Stuff a Cruiser is happening this weekend. Special thanks to administration for all they've done since we've got back on council, and the new council that's here. You've gone well above and beyond to make sure that we're all educated and on the same team, so I appreciate all of that. And I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a festive New Year coming up, because we won't see you till then. Well, I shouldn't say that. We'll see you on this Thursday. So everybody have a Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lowry?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of things. Yeah, again, kudos to staff for our winter light-up event. It was fantastic. Again, very, very well attended. The weather was in our favor, which it's always great when that happens. A huge shout out to all our contributing community organizations for making that evening what it was. Again, everybody that I talked to who was able to attend the event absolutely loved it. Everybody who's been around town absolutely loves the trees, the parks, everything that's all lit up, and all the decorations we have, so that's great. It was also fantastic to be able to celebrate, believe it or not, the 25th anniversary of the Westview Health Center. So when we start talking about aging facilities and we start talking about advocacy for, increased and enhanced services and so on, just close your eyes and imagine how much this region has grown in the past 25 years. Now think about how much that facility has grown or changed in 25 years. Ask yourself if it's kept up. So kudos to our administration and to our council for continuous advocacy, to the government of Alberta and to all the associations involved with that, because absolutely we need better services in our region for that. It was also fantastic to be able to attend the Chamber on Tap, their Christmas event, as well as the swearing in of their new board. And so fantastic opportunity to work with them over the next calendar year as well. And what else we got? We got a citizenship ceremony coming up this week here in town. I believe it's still one of very few that is actually held outside of the provincial or the federal building in Edmonton. And so it's wonderful to have that community. I know we used to have it on Canada Day. Kind of interesting it's on December 10th, but hey, we'll take it that it's back in the community after a bit of a hiatus from COVID. I think we had it last year as well at a bit of an odd date, if I remember right. So hopefully we'll see everybody there. And yeah, Merry Christmas to everyone. If I don't see you before then, thank you, administration, for all the hard work over the last year, and including going through an election. It's never an easy time when you've got that on top of all the regular business within the town as well. And again, kudos to everyone sitting around the table here for all their hard work before that and since then. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, that's me. Thank you very much, Mayor. Just highlight the policing committee had an opportunity to get together for a sit down and meet and greet with each other. As well, I'd just highlight that we saw a few of them in the gallery this evening during the RCMP inspector's report, I guess you'd call it. So anyhow, other than that, and much appreciation for them showing up, I would just like to say Merry Christmas to everybody and a Happy New Year, and that's it.
All the best. Thank you. Yeah, definitely just one quick reminder to all those residents or non-residents that have received a municipal infraction ticket. You still have time to drop off a toy instead of paying the fine. I think that's been a great program in our community that has gone to support the Kidsman Christmas Hamper. And as we know that every year the need gets a little bit larger, but our communities around Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, and Parkland County step up to make sure that need is met. So definitely, if you have any municipal enforcement tickets outstanding, please bring it in. Please bring it in toy to have that cleared off. And as mentioned by Councilor Pleshko, this Saturday, I think quite a few members of council will be there. There'll be stuff with the cruiser, so there are some people there with our fire services and also Santa, and we're trying to get as many toy donations as possible and monetary donations to help support the Kidsman Christmas Hamper program. So if you're able and you have the ability to donate, please do. And if you do not, that's okay. We're our community here, and we all work together to make sure that all their needs are met. Okay. And with that, again, this is our last meeting until the new year, so I'm wishing everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. It has been definitely a joy over the last couple months to get to know members of council and administrative staff. Again, it is always trying and testing as every election comes through, but our residents will always put people in place that have a heart for the community. And that's obvious by the amount of effort and time that each member of council takes to read the agenda packages, to attend community events, and to connect with our residents. So continue to do that, and our representation of our community will shine through. So with that, that ends our council discussion. And with our agenda, there is number 11, which is a closed meeting today. So in the closed meeting, it will be within council chambers with the members of council, and I believe our one general manager and our town manager. We're getting a little bit of insurance and legal update. There will be no recordings of the closed meeting. However, when the only motion in closed session is the motion to come out of closed session, and that will be recorded. And once that comes out, then we'll go back live to finish our meeting. Okay. With that, we're going to have a little transition here, as we always do. So the motion will go to closed session. We'll vote for
Now.
Thank you very much. I'll call the question. All in favor? None. Thank you. Okay. Favor. from administration regarding our insurance and legal updates. And the only motion made in camera was, the motion to come out of in camera, a closed session was made by Councilor Laurie, and that was carried 7-0. So moving on to 11.1 with the motion to accept for information. Is that a motion? Councilor Niebuhr?
Sorry, Your Worship.
11.1. Wasn't there one here? Okay. I will, with that, there's no motion coming out there to accept for information. We'll move next to number 12 of our agenda, which is adjournment. So thank you very much, members of council, for reading the agenda package and bringing your conversation pieces and to ensure that our community moves ahead together with a lot of good vision. With that, we're adjourned. Thank you.